Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here with you all. It's 9:04. I'm going to call our work session to order. Secretary Armijo, if you could go ahead and take the roll call, please.
Good morning. Secretary Armijo is here. Vice Chair Burt. Not here. Commissioner Carrillo.
Here.
Commissioner Ingham.
Here.
Commissioner Kloshishillich. Commissioner Gibson.
Here.
Commissioner Manus. Commissioner Beck.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Brower. Chair Brower.
Here.
Thank you. So we have 7 of us present, I believe.
Great. Thank you, Secretary Armijo. And I wanted to share that Vice Chair Burt did call me this morning and said she's running just a little bit late. She had an engagement this morning at 9 o'clock, but she'll be joining us as soon as that's over. So the first thing on our agenda is an opportunity for us to share a little bit about ourselves through an artifact that we brought today. And so one of the things that is important to me is for us to kind of get to know one another. I know in January, I mentioned how excited I am and how proud I am to be part of a group of people like you all are to do really good work together for our kids and for our communities. And for me, from the different work streams that I've done in the past and different awesome community organizations I've had the chance to work with, we've done different types of, I think, productive ways to get to know one another, but in meaningful ways. And one of the things that I've done with different charter schools that I've worked with is to get to know one another in sharing an artifact or something of meaning that from your life, and give you all a chance to share 5 to 7 minutes about what's behind this. This is an opportunity for us to share what we want to. There's no, maybe some of us are a little bit more of an open book in terms of sharing our stories, and I appreciate that. And maybe some of us are not as open, and I equally appreciate that. And so this is an opportunity for you all to just share something through your artifact, make connections to who you are, where you feel that's appropriate and what feels right to you. And kind of share why you brought that today. And again, this is the purpose for us to start to norm together as a team to build community, so we continue to do good work and get to know one another in ways that I think could be meaningful as we move forward. Does that sound okay to everyone?
What if we say no?
We'll adjourn early from this part, but my hope is you can share what you want, and this should be a way for us to just just get to know one another. So with that, I'd love to take a volunteer if there's somebody who'd like to go first. And again, 5 to 7 minutes. There's not going to be any timer, but just an opportunity for us to do this. CSD team that's here as well, and Julia, you are part of this as well.
So it's interesting. So what's interesting to me is I don't have an artifact, and I'll tell you all the stuff that kind of swirling around this for me. I hold public office, but it may not seem that way, but in my private life, I'm extremely private, just in my life in general. And I was thinking to myself, I don't want to share anything because this is an open meeting. It'd be different if we were in a retreat and it was just us down someplace. But this is an open meeting. It's being recorded, and who knows who's out there. And I have no interest in sharing with them, intimate details of my life. However, then I'm driving here, the one, not intimate, but just, as I'm driving here, I'm thinking, if I were to have brought something, what would it have been? So like, I have all these thoughts, and then I'm going over here, and it would have been probably either my placard from 9 years of service with the Santa Fe Public Schools. And they have the really cool ones that look like they're sand blasted or something they're super cool. And so I have that. And I also have this really beautiful glass. It's not Steuben glass, mind you, but it's a really beautiful apple or something that was given to me, in recognition of my service. And I would just say, and it's public, so all that's there, that those 9 years and these 2 and being in public service to me has been the most consequential, gratifying, and important periods of my life when I look back. And so that's there's nothing private about that, because I've said that actually in this meeting, and I've said that at Santa Fe Public Schools before. But that's probably what the artifact would have been. But the private stuff, it's going to stay private. Sometime we'll all, have dinner together at the Bull Ring in a private room or whatever, and we can just let her rip. But not here, not today, for me. And I appreciate actually you, Chair Brower, wanting to do this kind of an exercise.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo. Thank you for sharing.
My pleasure. You sure you're not from Big Sur or Estlin or?
Well, I don't want to steal my own thunder about where I'm from, but no, I am probably the antithesis of both of those things.
Okay.
Or places. No disrespect to those places.
Understood. Thanks, Chair Brower.
Thank you. Commissioner Beck.
I brought 2 artifacts. One is pictures, because family means an awful lot to me. And so I have 4 kids, ages 30 to 39. My oldest daughter works, has a foundation, New Mexico Child First Network, which deals with foster families, foster kids. And she does a lot of work over here at the Roundhouse with that. My older son is a partner in Chuck Pfeiffer's law firm in Albuquerque. I can't remember the other names to it. My younger son is in the Air Force, and he's a doctor in Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls. And my younger daughter is a mom in Albuquerque, and she was a special ed teacher. So I have 6 grandkids from the age of 9 months to 6 years. So thus the Disneyland picture. My wife and I just love being around them. So that's the one artifact. The second artifact is the one that I wore today, which is my beanie from being a golf coach at Sandia. And I think I kind of alluded to this the last time we got together, that my wife and I had our own business for about 25 years, sold most of it out in 2008. I had been the contract golf coach for Sandia High, where all 4 of my kids went, and my wife went, by the way. And that really got me passionate about teaching kids. So when I retired from my career there, I went back to UNM, got 32 hours of classes for education. And I thought I was going to teach math because I was an economics major in undergraduate and graduate. And they said, oh, no, that's social studies. So I was like, yay, that's great. Super. I don't have to do algebra or any of that stuff. And so I went back, and my last 12 years, I think, much like you, Stephen, have been real precious to me, being able to teach the kids and seeing where they go. So it's been a good ride, and I'm looking forward to this ride and seeing what, we can do here. I have huge shoes to fill with Dave Robbins. My goal is his accomplishment, which would be leave this a little better than when I found it. He did that, obviously. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Beck. And I forgot to say, if you are present today and you wanted to, if it's a picture or something like that, you wanted to share, and it's totally okay if you don't want to, too. But if you want to, that'd be fine. And great. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. And I'll just say that ditto what Commissioner Beck talked about. The names will be changed to protect the innocent. But I feel like I brought a photo as well of my family. I know that maybe well, let me just say that I feel like my greatest accomplishment thus far is the fact that I have a family, 3 kids and a wife of 33 years. I'm super proud of the fact that that's where we are. She is probably the kindest, most giving person I've ever met, and I have a daughter who is my oldest daughter lives in Brooklyn, New York. She works in digital marketing. She went out there actually to work for Elle Magazine. She was a writer for Elle Magazine for a period of time. My son is a geologist in the Dallas area. Actually, an environmental scientist is his degree. I mean, is his job currently. And my youngest daughter is in her last semester at Baylor University. My wife and I both come from sort of chaotic backgrounds. So the reason that I'm so proud of the fact that I've been married 33 years is because we both come from chaos, and that's not to dig on any of my family members at all. That's just because all of us come from a little chaos, I think. But like I said, my greatest accomplishment, my greatest pride comes from that family unit. So
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Armijo.
Thank you. And I wish I could have been there with you all this morning. I just have lots of stuff going on. I had a busy week, but I did bring 3 artifacts. They're jewelry. One is an amethyst ring. They're both amethyst rings, and then I have an amethyst necklace that matches. These 3 pieces of jewelry were my mother-in-law's. She passed away in 2001, and it would have been her 76th birthday yesterday. So that was a significant day. She was an educator. So the reason I share this is because this is where my path to education came from. She was an educator. She worked with the Bureau of Indian Affairs for 20 plus years before she died in a boating accident in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico, while she was on vacation. So she had many more years to teach, and she was beloved in the Laguna Acoma pub, the pub of Laguna and Acoma. That's where she was teaching when she passed away. And going back a little bit, the previous people just talked about their families going forward, but this is my family going backward. Her father was a math teacher for over 45 years at the Isleta Pueblo. And so education ran deep in their family. And when she passed away, we created a scholarship in her name called the Pauline Armijo Excellence in Education Scholarship. And that has been going on since 2005. And then when my husband passed away in 2015, we named another scholarship to add to that. And it's for any student going into the STEM fields, because my husband was in the computer science realm, and he was all about STEM and STEAM. And you know, that after that is when I just got involved with with education in that way. So offering those scholarships and being involved with the Public Education Commission and the Mark Armijo Academy Charter School and YDI, these are all education sort of related places, and I feel that that's where it came from. And then to jump forward real quick, my daughter is also in the education field. She's a bilingual speech language pathologist. Her grandma would have been so proud. She's working in the Los Lunas Public Schools. And my son is an artist with the hopes of becoming an art teacher at some point. And he's right now working with the master fresco artist Federico Vigil working on a fresco that is at the convention center. So all of us have been in the education field or in that way, some way, shape, or form. And I wear these a lot. So when you said to bring an artifact, I usually just have one with me. So thank you so much. And that's me.
Thank you, Commissioner Armijo.
Okay.
Commissioner Gibson.
This is my Great Plus's indentured papers. Came here from the West Indies. His mom was Hispanic. No, sorry, his mom was Black, African, and his mom was Hispanic. The father owned the plantation in the Caribbean. They sold him, indentured him to a sailmaker on Long Island, and that's how my family got here. So later on, and this is something that my family never shared. My grandfather on my mother's side was a racist, hated my father for what we were. So I come from chaos. You know, I was the only female in the family, only one that graduated from high school on time, only one that graduated from college. So I share, so I had a friend of mine who's an artist in Albuquerque, who's Hopi, Kiowa, sorry, do the ledger painting on this so that I didn't know what else to do with the indent. I didn't find these until my mother passed away. And then I learned that however many this is, Great Plus, spent some time in Savannah he was sold, indentured to a Savannah sailmaker, and he married a Cherokee woman. Eventually came back to Long Island, where obviously my family is from, and his daughter married a Delaware Indian. So, and I can't find any more information out about the family a whole lot because my family didn't talk about it. So I've spent a lot of time trying to figure it all out, but I haven't been able to. But I also brought a second picture, which is my uncle, I'll show you, with Douglas MacArthur. He served World War II, and I became his project. I was going to be the one in the family to save the world. So as a result of his liberating the concentration camp, it's like, you are never going to say who's next. and you are going to make a difference. So that's what brought me to what I do today. And I think the first time I was arrested, the comment that my mother said was, "I wish your uncle was alive." So he knew this. So that's me.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. Julia, go ahead.
Got it. That's hard to follow, Commissioner Gibson. That is that's very moving. Thank you for sharing that. I'm a little along the lines of the other commissioners that I don't share too much of my private life in my public life. But I do have a picture which I tried to, I'll see if somebody can walk it around. And I live in downtown Santa Fe in a small spot. And it's a picture of 3 gigantic deer in my yard.
Oh.
And they're coming now almost every night. And what I wanted to share is that when my husband and I drove into Santa Fe 31 years ago to move here, I was pregnant and sick to my stomach and standing in line at the shed. And my husband looked in at those days into the newspaper and said, "There's a house for rent right here. I'm going to go check it out." And I said, "Well, I'm not getting out of line at the shed." So I stood in line at the shed and he ran up and he came back and he said, "The house is perfect." And he called and they said, "Well, we're going to rent it out in the order of who called in your group number 3. So we said, okay. So we go and we show up at the house and it's very near the shed. And when we got there, there were 2 other groups and the house was perfect. And we said, well, we would really like it. You know, my husband was like, my wife is pregnant. This would be great. We're going to work right here. And the people said, well, it's yours. And we said, well, we were the 3rd people to call. And they said, oh no, the first 2 people didn't come. These are groups 4 and 5. You get the house. And we ended up buying the house later from our landlord. And it had been trashed. It had been a rental house for like 50 years at that point. The ground was dirt. The walls were green. There was just nothing there. And what I wanted to share with you is that over that 31 years, it's now a sanctuary to where these 3 deer come and leap over the fence because we have a gigantic apple tree now and all these apples fall. And we have redone we have kind of by ourselves redone almost every square inch of that house. And that it is, you know, I could share my family because that's the only reason I do anything. But to have a sanctuary for them and a spot for them to come home and a spot that the deer come and a spot that we raise, you know, when we have dogs, that our dogs are there and that our grandkids, you know and love. I guess it didn't feel too personal to share that with you. I looked around at a lot of the things on my desk that I thought I would want to share. But I more wanted to just tell you about the deer.
Commissioner Ingham.
Well, the artifact idea really didn't resonate with me. I just could not think of whatever it was that I would bring. And the pictures also, I have a million pictures on my phone that would talk about that. A real quick, my family is interesting in that my parents and my wife's parents both were the model of stability. Both of them were married for 50 plus years. We're down to my dad's the last one alive, but he lives next door to me. So we've lived next door to my parents for 35 years. Both my wife and I were divorced originally. I did go through a period of my life where I was quite the raucous, crazy person. And, but when we got married in '86, that my life really turned around. But I had one thing I wanted to share with you guys. You know, my wife got a chance to go on a mission trip to Peru with a group called Johnny and Friends, which is a group that she's a pediatric physical therapist. And so she was, by fortuitous events, got called, and she got to go and help people get into wheelchairs in places that where nobody gets a wheelchair. That's just not even conceivable. And so she had done that like 13 times. And I had always said, oh, I'll just stay home, take care of the kids. We have 5 kids. So I stayed home and took care of the kids and never really wanted to do that mission thing. That was really scary to me. And especially a place that didn't speak English, because I don't speak Spanish or any other languages, and very intimidated about that. But then my youngest son was 17 years old for one of them. And he said, well, Dad, I'd like to go. And I was like, Thomas, you're my excuse, really. I knew it. You were my excuse, and I don't want, he said, no, I really would like to go. And so there I was stuck. And so I ended up volunteering to go. I'm just a jack of all trades kind of mechanic guy. So that's what I was there, a mechanic, adapting wheelchairs for people. That did change my life. Absolutely. Going to a country where we recognize the luxury we live in. And since that time, been to Uganda and Peru many times now. And I learned one big thing, and that is it's not all about me. And I think that was what changed my perspective to the point where I realized this opportunity here, I fell into it. It was not something I planned or was even aware of, but I really realized that my this fortuitous series of events has been leading me to this place, and I really feel very blessed and very I am, like you said, like several people have said, I'm committed to doing the best possible job I could do here. And so that's kind of my story. I don't really have, like I said, I got too many pictures to show. If I started showing pictures, you guys would all have to leave. So anyway, but thank you for having me here, and I really appreciate you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Manus, would you like to share?
Sure. I have a slide that I can share with you guys, and also I'm going to share from the website that we have for my family's restaurant. So I'm just going to share my screen right quick. And this is something that I share with my students whenever I teach. So it's not like it's something that is super like private about me, but one thing I like to tell my students is that I like to travel. That's been something that I've had the opportunity to do. In 2019, I visited 11 countries, and that was mostly in Europe. Whenever I did that, I had about 30 days that I went in Europe, and I had to present some research there whenever I was a PhD student at Texas Tech in Scotland. And so it was an awesome opportunity for me. And so since I was already over there, I have friends in Belgium, Germany, and got to take advantage of free lodging and enjoy that trip. And then I also went to India that year to present research as well. So since that time, I haven't been able to travel out of the country or really travel as much as I'd like to, but hopefully I'll be able to do that in the near future. And many of you may not know, but since completing my PhD this year, I during the PhD program and also currently, one of my main focuses is, and part of my job is that I have to do research. And the research that I like to do is at the intersection of technology and marketing. So I have several published papers in top marketing and business journals, and that's what I do as part of my day job. I also am involved in real estate development. I've had a catering company that I've probably talked about that over the past 2 years. That's kind of where I got my start. And then I also do some marketing consulting, although with everything else I do, I stay pretty busy. I am involved in philanthropy work. So I've been a Shriner for, I would say it's been about 8 years now, a Mason, been involved in a lot of different charitable works. I used to be involved in the scholarship for the Masonic Lodge. We've given out probably like, I'd say 15 to 20,000 since I started doing it, 15 to 20,000 in total in scholarships, and helped a lot of people, a lot of kids. And it's always fun to be able to see the difference that we can make in families' lives, especially because a lot of the families that come to us, they don't have the financial means to be able to take care of the surgeries, or they don't know about the resources available to them, that how they can get it fixed. And usually it takes specialized doctors, like with the Shriners, it's usually like cleft lip, or they also have burn units. So there's lots of different ways that the Shriners can help. And with Shriners, typically we pay for all the out-of-pocket expenses beyond what the insurance would pay. I'm also a big foodie, so we haven't really had the opportunity to get together to go out to eat anywhere in Santa Fe. At least me personally, I've had breakfast or lunch with Steve, Commissioner Carrillo, and that was fun. But I'm also a big foodie. This was whenever I was in Italy. I had some gelato, which was amazing, and then I also had a Italian dinner on Mount Vesuvius. So that's a picture from a vineyard on Mount Vesuvius. And later on, we visited Pompeii, and it's really cool to experience some of those things. I also like to hike. So that was on Wheeler Peak. I had went in July, and I wasn't expecting so much snow, but I had to go through snow was up to my knees. And so I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt that day, not expecting it to be as cold as it was, but it ended up being fine. I just wasn't used to the snow and expecting it to be knee deep in July, but it was a fun trip. And that was in the Grand Canyon. I always like showing that picture because I had to climb down to that spot, and it looks like, you're like right in the middle of the canyon, but most people didn't go out there. I was the only one, but it was a fun experience to be able to do that. And that's been several years ago that I climbed down there. The last thing I wanted to show is, so one thing, right, that was a lot of the fun things that I do and kind of what I currently do. But one thing that, and two people that have really inspired me are my grandparents. They've been involved in the restaurant business for a really long time. Ever since I've been alive, they've been working. They still work in the restaurant that they founded. And my mom now owns the restaurant, but they still work. I see their work ethic, and that kind of instilled in me the same work ethic, but also their giving heart, because while we've been really blessed, my grandparents have always been willing to give to their customers. They have a really strong connection with a lot of people in the community in Hobbs. And my mom, since she now owns the restaurant, she's continued to give in the same way that my grandparents have. And so they really inspire me. Whenever I think about it, it's like I always tell my mom, "You're so much nicer than I could ever be." And it always inspires me to think about, okay, well, how can I embody some of the characteristics that they embody? And so that's just a little bit about me and my background. And it's more than one picture, but I think that it kind of sums up a lot of the information about myself. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Manus. Karina, Missy, or Sharon, would you like to share?
So I learned that I have another connection with Commissioner Beck. We both went to Miami University, and my father and stepmother live in Wichita Falls, Texas. So that was interesting. I've lived in 9 different states. I like to sew. I've got 2 kids. So that's me.
I thought other people might go longer, and so I wouldn't have to do this. But I have really appreciated hearing from other people. I was looking through my phone for a picture, and I guess it's on the cover of my phone. I can pass that around, but it's a picture of a mountain that Commissioner Gibson passes by every time she comes to Santa Fe. It's Turtleback Mountain, which is the highest peak outside of my hometown of Truth or Consequences. That's where I was born. That's where my parents were born. That's where my grandparents were born, and my great-grandparents had migrated there from a town that is flooded out when the dam was built, San Antonio, New Mexico, another place that we passed. But I would say that the artifact and the image that I have that I just wanted to share is the land from the land of my ancestors, which used to be Apache land, the Warm Springs Apache. You know, Truth or Consequences used to be called Hot Springs because there's these hot mineral waters that run underneath, and nobody knew that because we named ourselves, or at least the town named itself Truth or Consequences before I was born. So it was kind of like the hidden gem. But I got to say that right now, a lot of folks have discovered TRC. So more and more people from Taos, Santa Fe, California, Colorado have moved in and realized how wonderful those hot mineral baths are, and what a beautiful place that is, how wonderful it smells when it rains. So that's where I'm from. I was born to high school sweethearts who got married and had 4 daughters. I'm daughter number 3, and sometimes called daughter number 3, which is a little hard for me because I'd like to think that I'm unique and different. I didn't get married straight out of high school. I went to college. I was the first of my sisters that did. Eventually, my other sisters went to college too. But I sort of went a little bit more of a traditional route, went to college at the University of Colorado in Boulder, which was a perfect size after TRC. It wasn't too big, but it was cold. And I feel very fortunate to have lived in many wonderful places and to have somehow landed working with charter schools. There was no school choice in my hometown growing up, not even a parochial school. Everybody went to the same elementary, middle, and high school. And so interestingly enough, there's a notice of intent for a charter school in my hometown this year. So we'll have to deal with that as it comes closer. But yeah, I used to walk to the elementary school, and just last weekend when I was there, they're knocking it down. The building that my folks went to elementary school in, that I went to elementary school, they're tearing it down and they're going to build a green space, which I suppose is all right. But just wanted to say that, like, it's the land of Sierra County. That is in my heart, in my blood. Not always downtown TRC, because there's these little towns outside of TRC where my ancestors were ranchers and worked the roads and did other things. But Sierra County has been a part of me, despite me living on both coasts and in between. It's always been in my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Sharon, would you like to share? Okay. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I'll share briefly. I got 17 minutes. So I probably can burn through these 17 minutes pretty quick. I have a couple things here that I typically have in my bag, whatever book bag or whatever professional bag I have. I usually keep these two things, and they're from my grandparents on my mom's side, Dorothy and Paul Alexander. One is a picture of a little pendant of my sister and my two cousins that my grandmother always wore when she was with us. And then another one is just a little pipe that my grandfather, he smoked a pipe, but all before we knew him as grandkids. My grandmother kind of ran a tight ship and she was like, you got to stop that. But he would still every now and again try to catch a smoke outside, and we would catch him, and we admired him for it and wanted to be like him in all ways. And so I have this little pipe and this little pendant from my grandparents. And so like they just meant so much to me. I was so lucky. I had all of my grandparents alive through my senior year of college. And so I was born in the Appalachians. Commissioner Creel, I just wanted to share that before you left. Not Big Sur, but like the first string of the Appalachian Mountains in Maryland, where it goes from like the Piedmont Plateau area of the East Coast to the Blue Ridge Mountains. And so Deep Creek is about 2 hours west. Yeah, 2 hours west of where I'm from. This is more like if you've been to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, or know where that is, or 90 miles north of DC. That's kind of like the strip that I'm from. My grandparents, my one grandmother, she was raised at the bottom of a Jewish summer camp, and my family, her side of the family, were the hired help throughout my lifetime. And so my great grandparents, through my mother's generation, they all worked as the hired help at this camp. And so when I went up for Sunday dinner after church, we would have this like enormous summer camp that I learned how to play the cross there, because I borrowed my first stick from there. And I thought, this is such a great game, and I never heard about it before. And it was much more of an elite or more affluent game than what I was used to, like soccer or basketball or things like that. We would also be able to get into like gymnasiums there and just use like these beautiful gymnasiums and this large Olympic-sized swimming pool. The biggest one in the county that I grew up in was at this summer camp. And so it was just always a lovely opportunity to go up and be with Pap and Grammy for all the holidays and every single Sunday. And then we got a chance to just horse around in all this like beautiful, beautiful area. My grandfather, he was from the Appalachians as well. He was raised in poverty and kind of clawed himself out. He only went to first grade. He said he went to school twice. The first day the teacher wasn't there. The second day it was a snow day. And so that's always been the family kind of little joke when he was with us. And but he also kind of clawed his way out of like an abusive family and served in World War II. He stormed the beaches of Iwo Jima, was in Nagasaki after they dropped the bomb. They didn't realize that there was so much fallout. And so in the 1950s, he died almost I think 3 times as they were reconstructing his face and taking parts of him off to keep him alive. But he was like the happiest human being I ever met in my life. And I try to be a lot like him. He always would find time to connect with people. And sometimes you might call it schmoozing, but he like meant it. It was intentionality. It was genuineness. He would walk in here and just say hi to each of you. And he would say hi to anyone and just strike up a conversation, or just people just like loved him and they gravitated towards him. My grandmother, she was a little bit more stern, but also just had a heart of gold and like just was so connected to family and just would do anything for us. I mean, she went to every single one of my lacrosse and soccer games I ever played through college. Like she would travel to like, you know, like to New York and watch me play Skidmore, or go south, you know, to Roanoke and watch us play Washington and Lee. And these are like 4-hour trips that she would take and be with us. And so she was always there. And so these 2 individuals, you know, I think there's 3 people who walked on water, and 2 of them are my grandparents. And I just think like when I'm in moments like I have been over this last year, like I always think about like the medicine I get from them and how they help ground me, especially in moments of dysfunction that I had in my life. They were always my safe haven to go and like just get some unadulterated love and perspective and figure out that I need to have an optimistic eye towards things, even when things kind of get tough. And so I think those are the 2 people who I keep with me all the time. If you get annoyed by my optimism or trying to figure out how do we make this work, or how do we, that's probably my grandfather. If you get annoyed by me because I'm like a hard nose about something, it's probably my grandmother coming out because they kind of even me out for sure. And so when they passed away, my grandfather passed away my 2nd year here in New Mexico. So I came here in 2001, and he passed away in September of 2002, early in the school year. And my grandmother, she was with us through. She passed away on New Year's Day in 2009. And so I think about the work that I do, and just think about where I'm a generation removed from poverty. And I think about that every time I'm in a room like this. And like my grandparents could never imagine that I would have moved from Rocky Ridge, Maryland. There's just like, that's hard for them to really understand. My grandmother did visit when she was alive. She came to Gallup. She came to Smith Lake, New Mexico, worked with my students, my 1st graders. Another little thing I keep this in my bag too. It's my 2nd year little, what do you call it? My Smith Lake Elementary like ID badge, you know, and I have this because I got this picture right before my grandfather passed away in September 2002. And so when my grandmother came out, it was just beautiful to think about how excited she was to meet all my Navajo students. Probably never imagined that she would ever like come and visit her grandson who was teaching out in such a beautiful place, and having a chance to meet people that maybe she never thought she would ever get the chance to meet. And so when I think about our decisions, when I think about how I walk through this life, I oftentimes think about how like I don't want to like let down my family, and that I want to like use the privileges that they gave me, and that I've been allotted to support others. And so like servant leadership is something that's really important to me. And that's why I keep these trinkets to just ground me in that, so that I don't forget that. I don't forget my humility, but I also don't forget my fight when we need to fight for things that we care deeply about. And so my grandparents really support me with both of those. So thank you. I'd like to say maybe we'll be creative as we move forward through the next couple of meetings too. I would like to have some type of standing opportunity here where we get to know each other through different ways, and we get to share either our public lives or in anything that is a little bit more personal based on what everyone's beliefs and thoughts are around that. But I think that I think it'd be good if you all have ideas on how we could do this the next time. We would love to hear what those are, but I think it's something to, it warms my heart to hear people's background stories. And I've known some of you for a really long time. And I just learned so much today, you know, and I know that in a public meeting, it's not the time for us to go way deep into who we are and our persona. But I think there's ways that we can do that that can still be meaningful to us and hopefully strikes up opportunities for us to get to know one another when we're not on camera and when we're not in a public meeting. And so the intent of that is just to build community between us and also be understanding of who we are and what we're bringing to this table.
It's been a pleasure to hear everyone speak, and I'm sorry I missed part of what you were talking about, Chair Bauer. We're all having some really serious computer issues, and there's a guy in the other room, Dave, trying to help us. And so I'm really sorry I missed what you were saying. The only thing I'd want to add, because of the nature of a lot of the different sharing, is to honor my mother, because it was at a very early age learning about social responsibility and public service through her. And she was a remarkable single mother, divorced. We couldn't even find a place to live when we were little because they wouldn't rent to a divorced woman. So we ended up living in a restricted area where there were no African Americans allowed. It's just wild. But anyway, she was a remarkable woman, and I wouldn't be here in public service and doing what I do, and even the work I do with New York Life. I don't see a lot of that happening without being really inspired by her. And so to mothers, you know, there you go.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, let's take a 10-minute. Commissioner Manus. Sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to share. I think it was really nice to be able to hear what I did hear. I was a little bit late to the meeting, but I really enjoyed hearing the backgrounds, because even being on here for the past 2 years, not having been in person for a lot of the meetings, I hadn't been able to learn a lot about some of the commissioners, and then also the charter schools division staff. It was nice to learn more about everyone. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Manus. Let's take a 5-minute break to see if we could, our next item doesn't start until 10, but let's take 5 minutes and maybe hope springs eternal that we'll be able to get some of the computer issues kind of squared away. I'm just going to wait just for a few more moments when the other commissioners come back in. And come back into session. It's 10:06, and our next item for the day is public comment on the proposed draft rule that we have here. So if there are folks within the, Missy, what's that called, out in the public domain? If there are people who
On Zoom, if there's people on Zoom who would like to give public comment, if you could please raise your hand.
Yeah, thank you. And then we'll let you in for your public comment.
So this is just public comment, correct?
That's correct.
We're not.
Commissioner.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nobody's raised their hand, Commissioner.
We'll give folks a few more moments and then we'll move on. But I just want to make sure we're giving people some time. All right, y'all. I'm going to give one more moment for any attendee if you'd like to share anything about the rule, and then Missy, I see that Commissioner Burke is in the attendees list.
She has not yet accepted the invitation to join the panel.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and move on. Director Chavez asked me if we could postpone item number 4 until Louis Torres is here. And so we're going to do that. We're going to move on to item number 5, which is the charter school application. And I believe Missy and Director Chavez, you might be tag teaming that. Is that right?
Correct.
Great.
So I just want to confer with, because there's two applications in the PEC drive. One is B is the red line. So I will.
Yeah, so commissioners, if you're in the Google Drive in February 16th, 2023 work session folder, there's actually 3 documents related to the renewal application. 5A is an overview of changes to the charter renewal application for schools that will be submitting their application in October. And then we have a red-lined version, and then we have the final. So we didn't make
Director Chavez.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Missy, I think that Vice Chair Burke just texted me and shared that she missed her opportunity to accept. Could you allow that again, please? Thank you.
Shared drive or shared with me drive?
Yes. So everybody should be in the, you find the PEC Google Drive by hitting shared with me, and then look for PEC Google Drive new. And then you want to find the folder that holds today's materials. It's called 1C, February 16th, 2023. So if anybody needs support getting into that, can you just let me know by raising a hand and I can come by? Okay, people are in. We are good. So Missy's going to talk more specifically about the charter renewal application, but the big takeaway, the message triangle, the big message in the middle is we didn't change it much from last year. Okay, it's pretty similar.
Thank you, Director Chavez. Yes, and the trainings have already begun for the renewal cohort that will be in front of you in December. So, as you can see, the PEC requested all references to years have been removed, so the document can be used in the future without having to be approved annually. So we've removed references to that from the title page, the footers, the process and timeline, which is now called the annual process and timeline, and then references to the application throughout the document. And so, every year as we're doing trainings, we can speak about those specifics, but it doesn't need to live within the application. So a substantive change was that we added 2.D, equity and identity. How is the school complying with the requirements of the Indian Education Act, the Hispanic Education Act, and the Black Education Act? And what role does the school's equity council play in protecting the rights of all students? I need to move people around my screen. There we go. The rest was just cleaning up, making sure that we replaced the charter school's email address with the new correct email address. In part C on page 10, we included a special requirement for schools in the lowest 25% of all schools as per the New Mexico system of support and accountability for school year 2018-19 or school year 21-22. So we removed school year 2018-19 because we don't have any more renewal schools that will, no more contract terms that will cover those years. And the 21-22 rankings are not yet released, but presumably will be in the months prior to the application due date. Does anybody have any questions regarding the renewal application?
Commissioner Gibson, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, it's really not a question. More like a comment. I just wish there was a way that we could work the equity piece to be less of a black and white, how are you abiding by the law, and more really trying to nuance it to see truly what the school is doing. I don't have a good answer for that, but I just think it's, schools feel it's more of a legal response. I'm complying by the law, so I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing as a response. And I know they get legal advice and doing the applications. I'm more interested in what the school is really doing and trying to get at that. And I don't know how we get suggestions or who we even get that suggestion from to really be able to get that little open window to the school of, because we took out that piece because there was a mess with it. I don't know why. We took out that piece where the school was supposed to, like what we just did, bring something in to show us what your school is. And it really, to us, gave us more the story of what the school is than I'm living by the letter of the law, and so be happy with that. And unless I want them to abide by the law, but I want them to embrace the spirit of what that law is intending and living it, not just complying with it.
Well, this is the PEC's renewal application. They can respond to that we are doing these things, but they can also include narrative on the special things that they're doing. I can direct them to include that in the application.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I would like to do that, but I'm not exactly sure how we frame that. And the schools aren't, thinking that I don't want 10 pages because they feel like, but I'd like the story to be told by the school, and framed in a way that's clear for the schools what we're intending, and not as much framed that we're trying to get at what they're not doing. My intention is not to try to be catching the school at what they're not doing, but sometimes you end up doing that because they don't have a good answer for it. But to me, that's what I would like to see in the application, because it also helps to hopefully show us that, how they are serving and doing those unique things with their students and serving the community that they live in.
I really appreciate your sentiments, Commissioner Gibson. I think that maybe, I heard from you. I know we had schools I just remember Deep's process. That's what you're talking about. That didn't really work so well the years after, like where they came in, and schools used to have the opportunity to share, like through either storytelling or bringing young people in. Deep had like a 60-page PowerPoint that they provided us to like review of like all the different impacts on their students that kind of shared and showcased how they were living out their mission and vision. And many other schools did that too. That's just one that hits a little closer to home for me. I was thinking that maybe we could include, because one of the big things that equity councils need to do is to support the school or district across, like all charters, all districts have four main things that they need to do through the equity council. One is doing a readiness assessment. creating a culturally and linguistically responsive framework for learning for all students, ensuring that they are creating a budget that is in alignment to ensuring that all students, especially those who have been overlooked, oftentimes are receiving the resources necessary in order to embody the mission and vision of the school. And then the final thing is the advisement process, like advising the governing council or the Board of Education, and supporting with the for lack of a better way of saying this, the school improvement plan within DASH. One of the things we could request, Commissioner Gibson and other commissioners, is to have the schools provide and showcase the culturally and linguistically responsive framework that they're supposed to be creating, and maybe detailing like how has this improved student outcomes in your school, because it should be something that is like a representative embodiment of what they should be doing for their for that part of their mission. And so that's one suggestion that we could, it is one of the, I don't want to say compliance things because the Equity Council stuff is moving from compliance to really commitment, and we want schools to be committed to it and not just checking the box. But we all know how schools, there's so many things that we can say that is not checking a box, but you also got to hustle and get things done. But I wonder if that CLR framework could be something that we could request and just have provided that should detail how are you embodying these three major student body acts that we have here.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because it was unfortunate. One of the schools that during renewal, their comment about it was probably a little bit of this piece was, no, our Equity Council just kind of lost interest, so it just kind of went away for a while, and that was very disappointing. And I know it's tough, we've talked about this. You embrace the purpose of what it is, but then you're once again asking schools to reach out and find 4 or 5 more volunteers to serve on these committees. And I know, so along with this, can I just ask, because I know when the Equity Councils were first being discussed in charters, especially in smaller areas where there maybe are multiple charters and smaller charters, that they were looking at the possibility of charters being able to share Equity Councils so that they didn't have to. So is that happening? Because I know in Cruces they were talking about it, but I don't know whether it actually came to fruition.
I do know of 2 schools up north, Cuesta, Roots and Wings and Red River Valley do share. And they have students on their council as well, which I think is really excellent. But I'm not aware of other schools.
Commissioner, thank you for that, Missy. Commissioner Gibson, commissioners, that is still a possibility. We have encouraged different districts and charter schools to kind of create what they call a consortium. So the one that is the one I'm most familiar with is the REC 9 down in Ruidoso. They have 6 out of their 7 districts that they work with, the regional education cooperative that's down there. They have one consortium. So that's been like the proven model across the state. And we've encouraged charter schools, especially in Cruces. I think there was interest in some of them coming together. And so that is a possibility in the last calls I've been part of with the Equity Council training, that's something that we can do. And we can also through CSD, like encourage charter schools, if they aren't, like bring them together, because it has worked. The REC 9 that I know the most about, it's just really good to have one person really take the lead for multiple school districts. And the REC 9 districts are kind of like charter schools. I mean, they're all 100, Hondo School District has 5 seniors, just to give you an idea. It's so like it's not apples to apples, but they're smaller districts, and it just makes sense to pool resources. And so I think we can encourage that for sure.
So the REC organized, so here's my question, because I thought that we don't have, and maybe Wayne can help out with this. I don't think there's a lot of charter. I think there are many charter schools that do not belong to the REC. Am I correct in that still?
Thank you, Commissioner. No, you still have to, no, all charter schools are not part of the REC, I
Right.
guess is the answer. But I can tell you Aldo did work with Silver Consolidated Schools on forming an equity council. It never really materialized. We asked for volunteers. Silver did their part. We did our part. So we ended up just having to have our governing council become our equity council, just because of lack of volunteers to join in the equity council.
Because there is a fee
For an REC, there is
for
a
an
fee.
REC, because we had looked at one point in time, seeing whether, when we're looking at the excess in 2%, that is there a possibility that we could, for limited services, put in to the RECs so that the charters would have access then, so that if they wanted to, it would have to, there would be parameters that would be set up on what the schools could and could not access. Because that's my concern, because the RECs, not all of our charters are members, so that limits, that possibility. I liked the thought, and I think that would be incredibly helpful. So maybe it's something that we can look at, later on in trying to support that. And I think it can support charters through a lot of other training and things like that through the RECs.
Yep, for sure. And I think for me, I was thinking using that model, not necessarily the REC, but using the model of that's probably been the most rich consortium where there is kind of like a federal government person. The REC is like helping bring people together, but then there's more of the state rights kind of things happening at the district level that they just got to take stock in terms of like their student body and what most matters most. And so there's been a really good balance on that. And so I was just thinking if there are charters that are interested in coming together, I would even see if there are some, I could also help facilitate some ideas that I've learned from the REC 9 kind of model. Vice Chair Burt, and then Commissioner Ingham.
Thanks. I have, so I also, the one piece that I thought of too is in the equity piece. And I think I'm like kind of along the same lines of Commissioner Gibson of just like, I think it's for this particular case, I think we could just say, I mean, it does ask, how is the school doing this? How is it complying? And I think that's what, maybe if we just change the word, so I'm on page 8. So instead of saying, how is the school complying? It maybe just that word could be different, like give an example on how the school is addressing and that way it's
Are you taking notes on that?
just like taking a different way of doing it. So how is it addressing the Martinez-Yazzie mandate? And it's to provide culturally and linguistically relevant instruction. So maybe there it could say like, please provide an example of this. Provide a concrete way in which you're doing this. And that way it's just like a little bit more specific. And I think that'll just get to what Commissioner Gibson was saying of like, just like pull out a little bit more. Don't leave it so vague for them to where it feels like they're just like, we're doing this, and like, include like that to provide an example or provide a narrative on how you're doing that. And then the only other thing I saw was on page 10. Yeah, the top of page 10. The edit there is just to change the school year to the correct school year. But I'm wondering, instead of putting 21-22, if it just says the most recent state accountability system results. That way we don't have to change it every year again. So those are my only two things I saw in this.
Commissioner Burt, could you tell me again what language instead of on page 8, instead of
Okay.
requirement?
Sure. So instead
define?
of so instead of doing on the second sentence, it says, how is the school complying? So
Yes.
change complying to how is the school, what did I say? Addressing. And then take out with. So how is the school addressing the Martinez-Yazzie mandate? So I think that already changes the idea of it just to begin with, from compliance to more of a narrative anyway. But I think right after that, it should say like, please provide specific examples right before it starts the new. Or maybe at the end of it, like after it says, like, how is it addressing? Please provide examples. How is the school? And then once again, complying with the requirements. I'm open to that saying different than complying, but then please provide examples of how you are doing this. And I think the same thing for all the acts. Like if we want to move away from it just being a compliance thing, like Commissioner Gibson was saying, it's just like this obligation, like to how are you doing it? Just asking for examples and how they're doing it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Ingham.
Okay, once again, I gotta claim ignorance, and I would ask that for a little while that you kind of say what your acronyms are about, because I lost CLR. What's that? And REC. And so I apologize for not being on task with all that, but man, some of that stuff's you lose the reference. You lost in the conversation.
Sure. Commissioner Ingham, thank you so much. I think I did if I was writing a lit review, I think I said it at the beginning, but I used the acronyms after. So CLR is culturally and linguistically responsive. So every school in every district and charter school is required to work towards creating a culturally and linguistically responsive framework for education. The group that is supposed to create that is the equity councils in each of the districts or charter schools. So that's one of their main 4 big priorities that they're working with their district or charter organization. So REC's Regional Education Cooperative, and there are 10 cooperatives across the state, 10 RECs, and they are directly funded education entities. They're not a district, but they provide services essentially in regional kind of ways. So the High Plains REC is REC 9. So up in Des Moines, Raton, Clayton, those districts are allowed to join there with a fee. For a fee to receive some back office or specific initiative kind of opportunities that they could basically pool resources to work together.
So the fee is what Commissioner Gibson was talking about, maybe the 2%, finding a way to pay those fees for each charter school.
Potentially, and that's something on the horizon, not something that's possible right now, but something we could explore. But districts right now are able to join. Not all of them do. Some of them stay as free agents. For instance, REC 9, which is in the Ruidoso area, all 6 out of the 7 districts are part of REC 9 in that area. But Alamogordo can be part of it, but they kind of do their own thing. And Ruidoso is part of it, but sometimes they're able to opt out of some of the other things sometimes because they don't need to be part of that. So there's still like opportunities for local decision making to be part of the REC or not. But the majority of school districts are part of an REC of some sort. But we here in the commission, we have worked with, I know REC 10 in the past to help us with different services. I'm not sure which one we use now, but a lot of times when we need contracts for getting people to review our new charter applications. We'll use a regional education cooperative to help us like hire part-time contractors, things of that nature. And so you'll hear RECs through our work as well, that we are able to contract as an agency with them directly to help us get work done. You probably know a lot about how government works and how sometimes things get kind of held up. The beauty of the RECs that I've seen, for us to put in like new contracts and get those approved, it takes a wing and a prayer sometimes to get that based on our deadline that we need to work with. RECs are able to move a little bit quicker to get things done. And so that's why a lot of times districts and agencies like ours, we can utilize RECs to just help us get our business done in a quicker on time kind of way.
I understand. I worked a lot with a similar organization where you get your purchase orders through them, so you don't have to put a whole new, anyway, I understand. Thank you.
One thing I wanted to share too, especially for the new for the new commissioners, if it would be helpful to kind of walk through just the big headlines of the renewal application while we're here, just because I want to make sure we're Commissioner Beck, Commissioner Ingham, that we are supporting your understanding about what this is. Would it be helpful for Missy or Karina just to kind of go through the big headlines of what the renewal process is? Okay, and thank you, commissioners that are returning for the additional time. But I just wanted to make sure that we're being kind to the new folks for sure. Missy, do you mind giving us like a quick overview of the renewal application and the key elements?
Sure. The schools who are going through the renewal process will be in front of you in December. That will be the 5th year of their contract. So we will be giving you data. We will be giving the schools data for the first 4 years of their contract. Schools are going to be collecting signatures from families and staff this year of their contract based on the 120-day names of support. So they need to have, I believe it is 75% of all households and 65% of employees, or it could be the reverse of that. They have 4 years of the financial data in Part C. So there's a number of parts. Part A is what the Charter Schools Division will provide to the schools and to the PEC, hopefully in August. And then the schools fill out parts B, C, D, and E. Part B, is their opportunity to talk about the achievements of the schools over the term of this contract, they'll have a chance to respond to the report that the CSD puts out, correct any mistakes that we might have. They will, Part C is the financial statements. So for the first 4 years of their contract, the financial data, so that you can see how they're utilizing their resources. Part D is the affidavits saying from the head administrator, affirming that the signatures they have gotten meet the requirements and are valid signatures, and they will be reviewed at the site visit. We used to have them attach that to the application, but for safety reasons of personally identifiable information, we don't do that anymore. We just have them give us the affirmation that is notarized. And then the final part is the assurances of their facilities, making sure that they have their e-occupancy, they're letting us, they're kind of recapping if they've made any amendments to their contract from the last time they negotiated. They will be talking about any mission-specific goal data that they have. And then, of course, they'll be here in December and have the hearings and make presentations and And you all will have the opportunity to ask them questions. So the applications are due October 2nd. And the site visits will happen in October to verify the data. And then preliminary analyses will come to the schools and to the PEC. And it's just a super fun time.
And also, technically, we don't know till October. Schools that are state authorized right now, if they want to go to their local district, they could submit the application, the renewal application to their local school district and a local, just like Cottonwood Classical did this last round. They had been an APS charter and they chose to come over to us for authorization. So sometimes there's a little bit of a flip at the end of their contract terms.
So is there an expedited or abbreviated, I know, application process, or have we, I mean, for those schools? I know that we've had that discussion, but I don't know where we stand on that issue.
Commissioner Taylor, I can speak to that. So the way that we have written about doing the expedited renewal is solely based on academic performance data. And because we have been lacking academic performance data, there were no expedited renewals last year. I don't foresee there being expedited renewals this year, but we haven't completed Part A. So that's how it's worked in the past.
So I have one more question, because I know Missy mentioned that the notarized, whatever that is, doesn't get attached.
I'm sorry, the notarized affirmation from the head administrator that they've received the signatures does come attached. What we don't have them do anymore is attach the documents of the signatures, because even if you redact,
I'm sorry, but the signatures get submitted.
the signatures will be seen at the site visit. If they, even if you try to redact something in
Right.
not DocuSign, Adobe
Yeah.
Acrobat, it's undoable. And
Right.
so to avoid transmitting personally identified and signatures of that nature, it's best if the Charter Schools Division puts
Right.
hands and eyes on those at the site visits.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure, that somehow they weren't getting sent here and then they didn't exist, because that would create a problem, public documents for us. But as long as it's just being reviewed, then fine. I'm good. Thanks.
Any other comments on the renewal application?
Did I miss anything serious? I'm sorry, they were trying to get me into my docs and computer and everything.
Are you in?
Yeah, more or less. What's really funny is that it's not accepting the thing with ped.nm.gov. It'll only let me in if I use the old tag. Whatever. But anything important that I missed that you know that I'd be passionate about? Good, thanks. I'm gonna go. No, I'm just kidding.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to share, this is a potential action item and discussion item for tomorrow. And so one of the action items that we could take tomorrow is to vote to approve this for this year. And so if there are other items that might be on your mind, or if you're feeling that we have enough information to make to take an action tomorrow, then we can move on. But I just wanted to remind us all that would be the prerogative tomorrow for us to take an action tomorrow. All right. Great. Well, let's move on to the next item. Oh boy, I got so many things open right now.
We're doing the annual review process, because I don't see a little.
Yeah, let's go to number 6 for discussion, review and discussion of the 2021-22 annual report process. And Director Chavez, if you don't mind, just again, I'm trying to be a lot better at and supporting our new commissioners and so if you could provide just a little bit of overview on the annual review too, before we get into the fine details, that could be really helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, there's not a document that is in the folder for you to look at, but what might be helpful is if you went to your webpage, the PEC webpage. So you could Google NMPED PEC, and it takes you to the home page of the New Mexico Public Education Commission. And then on the right-hand side is a menu of links to other pages. And my favorite one, aside from the one that has your picture and discussions about you all, is the state charter school contracts and annual reports. And so what this does is it holds your portfolio of charter schools, and we've uploaded some reports to date. Because tomorrow I am going to walk you through the 21-22 report. You're not going to see any 21-22s here on this webpage. The most recent you're going to see is the 2021. Okay, but I wanted you to know where it would live and to see an example of past years. Reports have changed over time. At one point, we asked schools to utilize a platform called WebEx. And I was in WebEx, schools were in WebEx, CSD was in WebEx. It was what I would call clunky. And schools really needed hand-holding to know exactly where they stood. And there was a little bit of back and forth. And in the end, the reports were not downloaded as a visual report for you all. Instead, what you would get is just the ratings on the indicator. So I'm going to ask Missy, let's go to, let's see. How about let's go to the first one there, 21st century, and look at the report. Okay, so this one is last year's report, well, the year before actually, and it looks very different. Here we are trying to provide basic information about the school, and then we talk about enrollment and subgroup enrollment. We talk about the site visit. We did some more narrative because we hear you, Commissioner Gibson. You want to hear about the schools. You want to see the schools come alive when we report to you. And so we put some narratives, and then we talked about each of the indicators. If you scroll all the way down to the next to the last page, we focused on the indicator ratings for 2021. And this was a year of COVID where instead of doing the full site visits, we did modified virtual visits with the schools. And so that meant that because we weren't on site to do evidence checks, we instead asked the school to sign some assurances. And so that's why you see the ratings like that. If you scroll down to the next, you'll see that is the record for the school during its charter term. And so,
Rich, I just wanted to point out to the new commissioners, like that snapshot that has all the green, red, yellow. That's the
current
performance framework that we worked on yesterday, and that we're going to continue to work on.
revising.
That's what was in process, or that was the old framework for this time period.
Yeah, exactly. That's the current one. And we have a draft for the next one, but this is the one that we have been working with for the past, 15 years, I think.
Yeah. I just wanted to share like that when we talked about that yesterday, Tim and Stuart, that's what this is. That's where it lives in a lot of our work in terms of the, just so that we're drawing that connection. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Brower. And then in the Appendix B, you'll see is the actual, it's the actual assurances doc.
I have a question before you go on to that.
You bet.
On this page, it was page 9
Yes.
where you had, because our performance framework is now going to have the blue, the teal or turquoise, whatever, what are we calling it? Whatever we're calling it. Does that mean this is now going to have that color?
Okay, so this will not change. This is time stamped. It's what it was, and we aren't going to implement the proposed performance framework for a while.
But I mean, when that
happens, it'll be color coded appropriately to whatever
Gotcha.
you adopt
Got
to
it.
match. Yes,
Thank you.
yes,
That's
sir.
Thank you.
So I know you see a sea of red and green. And yesterday we were talking yellow. So all of this is just to provide some historical information about what we have done in the past and to let you know where ultimately these documents will land. Because we believe in transparency. We believe in not just explaining to schools and to you why a rating occurred, but also to make it available to the public so that everybody is clear about how charter schools are performing. Okay, so now I'm gonna say you can just not look at the screen and let's just talk about 21, 22, okay? Because COVID hit and there was an earthquake in the way that we were attending school and testing students. And 21, 22, which is last spring, was the first time that we were able to collect statewide assessment data, and we have proficiency data in place that we're able to put in the annual reports that you will look at tomorrow. I wanted to let you know that many of you are very much aware that there's been lots of transition at the PED, that COVID was put a pause in lots of what we were doing, and the PED is in the process of coming back to a place where we are working with the U.S. Department of Ed on our overall assessment plan. And I wanted to introduce to you guys someone who is now currently working with Charter Schools Division very closely. Is it Dr. Alexis? Yes, Dr. Alexis Alvarez. So I wanted you all to meet him and for him to just say a few words about the current status of the 21-22 academic performance data. You all have the schools receive proficiency data. We are sharing proficiency data with you, but there's another component and there's some changes that have occurred over time. He will be a lot more articulate about it than I. So I'm going to turn it over to Alexis for a minute, or Dr. Alvarez, and then I'll continue with what you will see tomorrow.
Thank you. This one? Yeah. We're good. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Nice meeting everybody and seeing familiar faces. I want to be, as Dr. Chavez said, sensitive to the turnover in the cabinet and the fact that there's been a lot of administrative change. And so as an agency, we've had some delays in reporting some of the proficiency and participation data, as well as alternative participation. So what I can tell you is probably by early, if not late March, we will have outcome data reflecting 2020 and 2021 school years. Now, as Dr. Chavez just said, there's not going to be a lot of assessment related data, but there's still going to be things like discipline. Actually, we would not be publishing discipline, but we do have it available. But things like educator quality, graduation, things that happen no matter what, even if kids weren't in a classroom. By contrast, things like assessment data, anything like proficiency participation and alternative participation does not exist for 2020. And for 2021, it was extremely limited. I think it was somewhere around 9 or 10% participation statewide with a very high selection bias at a few schools. So while we are in a position to provide you with unmasked data that should not be shared with the public, it's not FERPA compliant. We can provide this for years 2020 and 2021. I can also let you know that LEAs will be provided an embargoed set of data only for their cases specifically, probably by March 1st. That's a tentative date. Please don't hold me to that. But essentially those data, and those would include anything that's high stakes, anything on which schools would be assigned points or rewarded spotlight designations or designations of excellence, or at the other extreme, TSI, ATSI, or CSI status. Priority schools.
And let's stop right there because there's new commissioners that are new to those acronyms. And so I just want to make sure that they understand what that means. Okay, so we have the statewide assessments and which grade levels and which subject levels have changed over time, right?
Right. Is this better? Okay.
Thank you. And then we are using a different model called Vistas. But the bottom line with the TSI, CSI, and is it MRI?
We don't have MRI anymore, but we're introducing the ATSI model. But for now, schools are TSI or CSI only.
Okay. And so Dr. Alvarez, could you explain what that means?
Absolutely. Part of the Accountability Bureau's role in the agency is to identify schools that are in need of additional support. And so TSI means targeted support and improvement, which simply means that PED is going to become more involved with those schools on the basis of them having poor performing. And what poor means in this case is the lowest 5% of performance, that could be graduation or achievement or anything like that, based on student groups. Which student groups? The ones that are defined in ESSA. So this would include the various ethnic groups, and then FRL participation, that's free and reduced lunch, economically disadvantaged kids, which is a slightly different overlapping group, students with disabilities, English learners, homeless, military, migrant, foster. I think I got all of them. But on the basis of how those students perform, those specific groups perform, then a school could be targeted or identified as being selected for targeted support and improvement. Comprehensive support and improvement is when the school itself is doing somewhere in the bottom 5%. And so depending on how severe the performance is, they're going to be given funds and intervention on behalf of PED. We also had MRI, which was more rigorous intervention, which is sort of the red zone schools. We've exited those schools due to statutory requirements to basically build our ESSA plan moving forward. But there's an additional group called ATSI, I believe that's additional targeted support and improvement. We don't know enough about that to really say which schools are likely to fall into that category, but we can definitely let you know as the identification moves on further.
Okay, so a little bit more sort of extension on what Dr. Alvarez said is ESSA is basically, can you define it?
Every Student Succeeds Act, it's pretty broad. I wouldn't say that it really has one definition for us, but for us, it's basically the requirements, the reporting requirements that go hand in hand with assessment requirements, graduation requirements, and all the other things that govern our states.
ESSA replaced NCLB. I'm sure you all have heard about NCLB before, right? Because that's when we start, No Child Left Behind. That was where we started to require testing across the country and looking at the results and there being consequences for schools based on the results. And so the federal government requires that the state of New Mexico have an approved plan. And part of that approved plan talks about these corrective, we could call them corrective action plans, but they are DASH plans, because that's the platform that the state of New Mexico uses to ask schools to upload how they will make improvements to their instruction, their support, their targeted support for the lowest performing students. And so, yeah. And not to be confused with another DASH plan, which we'll talk about at another date, but that is the current platform that the PED uses. And another division within the Public Education Department leads up the work to support those school leaders, to provide the tools that they will use to create their, is it 30, 60, 90-day plans, where they are talking about what the school will do to make improvements, academic improvements at the school when they're the lowest performing.
Commissioner Gibson. Go ahead.
The ATSI schools are, there won't be any will there be a designation for any schools in that category coming out this year, or is that something that's part of the plan that's anticipated when there's more information,
I
like the
believe-
following year?
Yeah, I believe it would most likely happen on the following year, but I wouldn't want to say that definitively. It's a
Okay.
little bit too early to tell.
All right, thanks.
So where we're at right now, the state of the public education department is in the process of negotiating with or proposing to the U.S. Department of Education our ESSA accountability plan and making some modifications to it, which is why at this point, we're sort of all in a draft format, right? We have proficiency data because all the kids tested. Schools received the proficiency information. You all are about to see some proficiency information for every school within your portfolio. That's not new information, and we've disaggregated it by multiple factors, the multiple indicators, the ones that Dr. Alvarez spoke about, right? So by race, ethnicity, low income, special ed, et cetera. We have compiled all that data and want to share that with you. The schools have seen it. We've incorporated it into our annual reports. And we don't have the final roll-up of Vista's points nor designations yet. Okay, that would be a typical year, a normal year, a fully operational year with this would have that, but we are not there yet. That said, I do think that we are providing a lot of data to you, more than we have in the past couple of years. And I'll be quiet now to see if you guys have any more questions of Dr. Alvarez before I continue on with our annual report discussion. Anything about vistas, the assessments, the grade levels that were that participated? Actually, if you could just.
Right, the grade levels, the simple one is science we only test in grades 5, 7, or excuse me, 5, 8, and 11. It used to be 4, 7, and 11. So we're only going to have those 3 grades. When you see participation rates, that's taking into account only those grades. For math and ELA, at least for high stakes point attribution, we're looking at grades 3 through 8, and that's being tested in MSSA or DLM if it's the alternate assessment, and then SAT for grade 11. We're thinking in the future of adding things like PSAT so we can calculate by year growth and things like this, but for the most part, we're just working with SAT right now in grade 11. It's about all that comes to mind. I don't think I have any other forecasts that are definitely going to come to fruition.
Okay. And PSAT is like the SAT. Is it pre?
I think it's just the preset. Yeah.
Pre SAT. You know, that's the college assessment that students take. Okay. So real quickly, if we could talk about the Vistas website and maybe even go there and talk about like what we anticipate will be posted to the Vistas website, just so that you know how data is captured and provided to the public for visual purposes. You can guide Missy to share screen and go to the Vistas website.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Missy. If you can go to newmexicoschools.com, should be able to go to the main page. The way that system works, and that's only going to publish data up till 2021. So after that, the SY22 information will be published most likely on our own site, or we might migrate to nmschools.com, but essentially not be using the Vistas platform. The reason for that is that our vendor builds that platform, and there's a lot of let's say outdated limitations to that site. So we'd like to make it a little bit more interactive and platform based. So the way that site has worked is it builds things into state, district, and school level reports. And so if I want to see a specific school or a specific LEA, I'll go to that. I'll just put it in the search engine. There's also an accountability page that sort of takes you through the how-to, and there's a technical manual that I'd love to share with anyone here who needs it, but it's also available there. So what we're hoping to do is in the next few weeks, throw in 20 and 21 data. Right now, it's only reporting 17, 18, and 19. And again, because of its limitations, it's only capable of reporting 3 consecutive years. So it will report 19, 20, and 21 in the next few weeks. Therefore, anything from 17 and 18 will be removed. moving forward, the SY22 reporting platform should look a little bit, or should behave a little bit like this, although the color schemes and everything are going to be redone mostly to match our own theming and branding. But essentially, you'll still have the same capabilities of looking at state level data, district level data, and school level data. We're also hoping to eventually add things like longitudinal data graphing, so you can look at a school across time, or you can compare up to 10 schools at any given time, or LEAs or what have you. And so the reporting elements are broken up into high stakes and low stakes. And actually, because of how they are broken up, you'll see some next to each other. So you have high stakes things like math proficiency and ELA proficiency. And then you'll also have science proficiency, which is a school quality and student success indicator. It's not exactly an achievement indicator in the way that it's been devised. What you're seeing now on the screen is the map that'll take you through the majority of the sites. I think it's on schools right now. And so you can again click on any one of those and start getting achievement or proficiency or other indicators, graduation growth. So we'll have the equivalent of this up for SY22, most likely sometime around late March, early April. We'll start to make some of the elements available, but these will be embargoed, we hope, around March 1st. So we've got about another 2 weeks or so before we start embargoing these. There was a previous embargo, but for reasons unknown to me, it was not comprehensive, meaning that not all LEAs were contacted and not all reporting elements were provided to everyone. And so this time we mean to provide everything to everybody. So any LEA will have all of their own students' outcomes. And this includes, districts, local educational agencies. Yeah, sorry. So all districts basically, and that includes state charter schools, will have their own data for their own students. That includes graduation, educator quality, any of the things that we mean to report on our own site in the next few months. Are there any? Yes, please.
I know when this was first proposed, the idea was that the local schools would also be able to put in some additional information into that. Is that still in the works?
Technically, yes. There is something called a content management system, and if you'd like to reach out to me, I can set you up with that. I believe it's still open. Again, the vendor has shut down some of the functionality of the site as we begin to sunset it. But I believe the content management system is still up, and that allows any district, I believe even any school, to add it's not exactly social media, but add something of a qualitative nature that would complement the data that we report for them.
But you mentioned sunsetting. So is that something that's not going to move forward? It
will. I have full confidence that this is something we'll continue to support. I haven't been told either way, but I can't imagine the agency not wanting to continue that practice. It's very welcome by the agency.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes.
So I'm confused. You said before that the 2021 will be uploaded in late March. Is that correct?
20 and 21, both of those years together will be uploaded to Vistas. And so Vistas will be hosting 19, 20, and 21. Those will be the 3 years that Vistas
in late
hosts.
March.
We are hoping for late March at the very latest.
Well, you just said that 2021 and 2022 will be in late March as well.
2022 will be just by itself, hopefully about a month after that. So maybe late March. We're hoping actually early March we'll get Vistas 20 and 21 up. But yeah, 22 should follow. We're doing a few last minute quality checks based on data that came in a little bit.
And that'll have proficiency data.
It will have proficiency. And again, if you would like to see proficiency, we do have that on our website right now. It's just it's been a little, it got recalled a few times. So what we're hoping to do is put it through the embargo and then have a definitive set of proficiency rates.
And upload it there.
Not to Vistas, to our own site.
To your own site.
That we will have.
Gotcha. Okay.
Any other follow-up questions?
So we took one of the proficiency tables that was sent to us, and we did some data visualization that I'm hoping to share with the commission tomorrow, but I'm asking Alexis to review that to make sure that it's good before we do that. And it does, again, look at all of the data. And so I just want to say thank you to Dr. Alvarez for being here. If you guys don't have any more questions for him, then I can continue talking about our annual reports.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I see KT has his hand up.
You had mentioned that you have some of the data already available on a site already. What is that site, or is it available to public?
Yes, it's on the main NMPED site. If you go to the bottom of our page, I don't know if you have that site. If not, we can make it available. If we go to NMPED, yeah.
I'm on there now.
And then go to the very bottom of the site where it says accountability.
Okay.
Towards the left at the very bottom. It's a little bit further down.
Got it. Yep.
There it is under data.
Got it.
And from there, you should be able to see achievement data and graduation data for the most current year, which is
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure, my pleasure.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks again,
My
Alexis.
pleasure. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks.
Materials. Yeah. Okay, so I showed you where we keep past reports and explained that you could find some that were created in web apps, that we changed the format when we stopped using web apps. Feedback from schools was that it was cumbersome to have to log in to yet another platform. We often get feedback that PED has too many platforms, and we know what it's like to not have a good working password. So instead, we started to create standalone documents. And what I will walk through tomorrow is the reports that are the first of the 21-22 annual reports. But prior to taking a look at that report, I'm just going to describe how we got there. Okay, so we know that the PEC has an approved performance framework. We're talking about amending it. That's what we spent all day yesterday doing. But we have an existing one that is tied to the school's charter contracts, and that is really the lens through which the charter schools division is looking at the school through both desktop monitoring and on-site visits, and getting reports from people like Alexis and special ed division and other entities within the PED, and information that the school provides to us. We're able to take that performance framework and give the school a rating. It's complex because there's many moving parts. First of all, we're looking at the school's academic, organizational, and financial performance. There's lots of existing resources such as the annual audit report, which is a year lagged, and there is information at the school. We follow a protocol that includes the need for us to meet with school leadership, meet with the governing board, meet with the business manager, have focus groups with teachers, sometimes students, and sometimes parents. We do that for renewal. We don't do it across the board every school every year, but we do create a report every school every year. So this is a day-long visit to the school, and if the school is not up for renewal, we also use this opportunity to provide technical assistance to the school. So maybe they were unaware of the Black Education Act. It's a new part of legislation that maybe they didn't hear that they need to have that compliance with that, or what they need to do with it. So we would sit down with them and provide on-site technical assistance. Similarly, if they have submitted their data, every school and every district has to submit data to the PED's STARS system, and that is student, teacher,
accountability. Thank you, reporting system. And so there's certain days throughout each school year that everybody has to upload their data. Okay. And then we go through a data validation process. And if there's errors, like let's just say that a certain school says that they have no, I won't use Mr. Beck. Okay, all right. Mr. Beck is teaching science, but his licensure doesn't have a science endorsement, for example. That would come up as an error. And the school needs to do something about that. Either, whoops, we didn't mean to put Mr. Beck there. We meant to put Mr. Ingham. He's really the science teacher. Or, oh, hey, Mr. Beck just earned a science endorsement and we forgot to upload that information, so we're going to correct it. That's just an example of multiple data fields that the schools need to upload, report out on, that we look at, and that we use to contribute to the annual reports.
Director Chavez, I see Commissioner Manus's hand up, so I'm just going to let him ask his question.
Sure.
I think that was from before. I lowered my hand. Thanks.
All right, sorry about that.
Okay. So, we have the performance framework, that we visit the schools, we do desktop monitoring. In addition to that, we use data that's collected through other entities at the PED. And there's lots of information that gets rolled into, our analysis when we create these reports. This is an example of the 21-22 reports that I wanted to walk you guys through tomorrow. But it provides a lot of contextual information because inevitably, Commissioner Carrillo will say, what grade levels do they serve? Or somebody else will ask me how many students are enrolled. So we attempted to provide you with as much information as we could about the school, who's there, what grade level served, what are they authorized to enroll in terms of we call that a CAP, not to be confused with corrective action plan, but CAP is like, how many max students they can serve. And a lot of times you'll see that some schools don't serve their CAP, and then you'll ask why. And typically the answer is the facilities don't account for it, but maybe there's another story. So that's the kind of conversations that we have at the school when we visit the school. We provide you with the mission. We provide you additional information about the school that comes directly from the charter contract. This is what the school said they were going to do. These are the key design elements or the educational program description that are in the charter contract. And so we lay it out there. And then we start to provide you with information that comes from that STARS system, right? And we're using EOY or end of year data because there's multiple data points. And so we're looking at the end of the year data when you see this. And that's important to note because maybe a school is looking at their 40th day report and they see our EOY and they say, hey, wait, these don't match. So we have to get really specific about what data we're looking at. But we have displayed it for you graphically. We talk about enrollment percentages by subgroup again, so you have contextual information about the school. We have aligned the subgroups that we're looking at with the Yazi Martinez lawsuit that the state is currently under. That means that we are paying particular attention to it and you are considering that as part of renewal. We do some explanation about the state accountability systems, and then we start to talk about proficiency data. And so we are providing you with proficiency data, comparing the school to the district and the state and disaggregating it by both the core subject areas for all students, reading by ethnicity, reading by subgroup, math by ethnicity, math by subgroup, and science. So, and we also report out on English learners. Now we know that some schools, some students have an English learner designation and they have to test every year through a specific assessment that looks at their language, English language
academic English language proficiency. And so we're checking to see how the school is doing with that assessment as well. We are also providing high school graduation data where available, and we're looking at not just the 4-year graduation rate, but the 5 and the 6-year cohort, and comparing again the school to the district and the state. And then we disaggregate the 4-year graduation by ethnicity and by subgroups. And then we start to talk about the mission specific goals. So these are goals that the school has set for itself. We copy directly from the charter contract what the school said they were going to do, and the rating system or the target and the points that they wanted to assign. And then we discuss how they did on the goals. In this case, the school met its goals. And so we are really clear about when they meet the standard, exceed, or do not meet, or fall far below, because that's a target that is defined in the contract. So it's easy for us to get the information from the school and report out directly. Okay, then we move on to the organizational and financial performance indicators, and we give an overall rating. So we wanted to make it pop. And Julia, here's where I think, the roll up of some information, I know that you cared about that. So what we are able to do is to give an overall rating. And then we describe how we, what we're using to be able to arrive at that. And then we get to the table of indicators that are color coded, your favorite table. We report out on all the data for the current charter term. So the reason why we don't have 1920 data for this particular school is because the school had a new contract effective 2021. Okay, so that's the only information that we're looking at for this school. We kind of forget about the previous terms. I mean, we can talk about it, but you're not looking at that when you think about renewal. You're thinking about how the school did this current term. And so what we were also able to do with any indicators that was not green, we provided an explanation for the 21-22 indicator ratings as to why. And so that this report in draft format was presented to the school, and we were able to talk to the school leader about this report. And if there was a question, and school leaders will have questions, we review our data. If we've made a mistake, we fix it. For this particular school, at one point, we had given them a rating for not submitting a corrective action plan for their financial performance because they had some financial challenges. But while on site, while we were in the focus group with the school's business manager and we talked about it, she pulled out a corrective action plan. And so we knew that she had done that. So we changed that indicator. Okay, so that's how we've handled the schools that we've visited so far this year. And I personally sat down with each of the head administrators and walked them through this. So I feel very good about the schools that we are presenting to you tomorrow. And we just went through one. For the other schools, we have similar drafts that went out to the schools last Friday, along with a link to a survey. And the survey is asking the school leaders, this is the most efficient way we could do it. Are you concerned about any of the ratings? Do you have a question, or do you have evidence that suggests it should be different? And so staff right now are in the process of receiving those survey responses, and looking at that. Some school leaders have reached out directly to me. And so when they do, I'll sit down with them and look at what they, listen to them. If they have evidence that they submitted a cap, for example, and we say that they haven't, then we'll correct that. And it could be that, maybe they had the cap and whoever was in that position at the school has switched over time. It didn't get to the right person, or that we didn't see it, or they corrected something before the end of the year. there's lots of reasons why there could be a change, but we are working very closely with the schools to make sure that they are fully aware of how they landed on the performance framework and that we provide you with the cleanest possible reports. So I anticipate that in March, there will be several more, but for this month, that's the process. And this is the format that we're using. And I will stand to any questions about the annual performance annual report process.
Thank you, Director Chavez. I have one question and then a comment. Karina, is there still a process for, I know what you just shared, you're sitting down having a meeting and there's a chance for somebody at the school to say, well, we actually have this, or this is a different opinion. Is there still a formal process where schools receive their performance framework and they have an opportunity to respond in writing as well around some of the potential disagreements or adding texture to what you all saw?
Yeah, thank you. So I would say there's been multiple opportunities because in some of the site visits that we did last school year, we would provide some preliminary ratings, right? Like if we noticed that the school, I don't know, this might not be a good example, but hadn't conducted any drills, any fire drills or emergency drills, we would alert the school leader at that moment and say that, you know, this is where you're at right now, pending evidence that you have actually done this or that you are correcting this mistake. I think the licensure discrepancy one, we give schools time, like till the end of the school year, to correct it. Maybe somebody didn't apply for that next level or that endorsement to get them on the right track. And they do this, right? So that's one way. And then the second way is that we sent them this exact report. Every school has a report that looks like this right now in their inbox, along with a link to a survey where they could click and say, you know, I am the Karina Chavez Charter School and I see indicator 3B gives me a red, but I have X, Y, and Z, which suggests it shouldn't be a red. And so our formal process right now is to work with the schools when they complete that survey, when they have questions or they have evidence, to work it out with them. Maybe it is that they are looking at 40th day school numbers rather than end of year. Maybe they have produced something, you know, an email that says, oh, licensure sent this to us, but we didn't capture it in the stars. There could be a lot of reasons. So that is our process. And, you know, whoever we have resolved by March, that's who I'd like to present to you. I don't plan to bring you a report that a leader has not responded to, because I understand how sensitive it is. And, you know, I'm not trying to get into a he said, she said with the schools. I want to be accurate. I want it to be fair. I want them to have to know what's in the report. And we started to give them information and had drafts of this report ever since we visited them last school year. So whether they went into the Google Drive to look at it and interact with us and say anything sooner, I don't know. You know, I think each school is different, but currently every school has this report and every school has access to that survey to be able to respond. And if they don't respond, then we will contact them and make sure before we bring the report to you, make sure that we've done this. I personally love sitting down with the school leader and walking them through this and walking through every part of it, because I think that certainly with the new head administrators, it's a learning opportunity. And then if we need to call in somebody from language and culture or someone from STARS or from special ed to hear more about, I don't know, how you correct your EL discrepancy report or whatever, then the school leaders are learning. And I have been communicating that there's no shame in a yellow, right? And a red is an opportunity to turn it into a yellow or a green next year. But that As we have heard from our consultant and, this whole agreement between schools and its authorizer and this whole process is about holding up a mirror and saying, this is what you look like right now. And I have a growth mindset. I have no doubt that schools then can take this and make some improvements.
Thank you. I just wanted to share with the commission that tomorrow tomorrow this is on the agenda to take an action to review the 3 submitted reports and for us to take an action on that, either to approve that or take other actions. So.
If there's no more questions regarding what Director Chavez was just saying about her report, I do want to shift to what you all want to do and how you want to accept the reports. So there's 2 conversations that I'm going to be having with you kind of today and tomorrow. One, and Karina's already talked about it with the performance framework. One is, how are you going to deal with this in the future under new documents that we're looking at, and how do you want to deal with them right now? So right now, and I'm kind of interested in where commissioners are right now, because actually I'd heard previous conversations about it. You do need to accept the report. It is CSD's report. It's coming to you and you're going to accept it. The conversation I want to have is then what? So, and in previous years, before I was here, it sounds like they were just presented, you accepted them and then went on. First, we have an old contract. Every single school is on an old contract, and a lot of it is no longer relevant. That's a lot of what we're trying to do. But actually, I don't know, Missy, if you can promote me on, if you can promote me on the Zoom, I can at least show you one school. And then I can share with you. They're all the same though. And what it does is it has a little bit of process about how you tell a school that you as a commission have a concern about them. So here is one school, although they're all on the same contract. So right now we are consistent with what Director Chavez was saying in terms of they're going to evaluate against the performance framework annually, comprises of those 3 things. She just went over that she's done that. She's done yellow, red, green. And then it sounds like that they are having this initial feedback and evaluation. And then the next step is the step that I want to talk about before you approve and publish it. So if you have seen concerns from the CSD for 4 years running and you've never told a school, we're concerned about that, it's difficult to non-renew. And it's also unfair in some ways, that if somebody has really had really low performance in some area again and again, and you've never given them notice, and then at renewal, you say, oh gosh, I'm really worried about this. We're going to get pushback on that. And that is not, well, and first they're going to say it's a violation of the contract, and they're going to point to this phrase. So I think that, and part of this came up because I was trying to figure out how to draft motions for you, and I wasn't quite sure what you intended. And I think that you can kind of do it in a way that makes sense to you right now. That looks to the intervention ladder. And the intervention ladder is the notice of concern and the breach of contract, and that takes us down the corrective action plan. You can also put them on notice, consistent with what Director Chavez just said, is we're flagging this for you. We're asking you to fix it. Instead of it being, as a commission, you taking action after action after action, and you have 54 notices of concern, it is possible to accept it with an identification to fix something, I think. It's also possible to accept it. I appreciate the people from PED coming forward, but it's always hard for me to figure out how you're going to deal with that. When are you going to see that academic data? When are you going to act on it? But it's possible to kind of hold it open in the event you get more information on academics. But I don't think you should just say, thanks for that report, Director Chavez, and move on. Well, for a bunch of reasons, including I cannot tell you how many hours everyone at the schools and CSD spends on these reports. So.
Thank you, Chair Brower. So, Julia, okay, so what I'm hearing you say is, well, one, I think all of us have even spoken about this over certainly the last year, 2 years, is that we don't want to just receive the report. We want to take the information and say, okay, we are super concerned. So what I'm hearing you say is, we'll flag, I want to be able to non-renew a school if after 2 or 3 years, we're constantly telling them about, look, you don't have enough growth in your math and in your math or your English language arts. It's simply not showing. And it seems to me that would be better done right away with a corrective action plan and a letter of concern. Just not even just like flagging and sending them some, what I'm going to say is kind of loosey-goosey letter of, look, hey, this doesn't work for us. You need to do better. When it comes time in district court, when they fight us on a non-renewal, I don't think that would hold up as well as if we did a letter of concern to them and then they still didn't. And I'm not talking about that we have to ever do a letter of breach there, but just that we have on record that we're sending these letters of concern over and over. And maybe the third one is like, we're not seeing, and I'm not waiting a year either. I'm talking about show us in like the letter of concern could say, we want to see, tell us what you're going to do in the next 60 days to turn this around. And not that we have to see a lot of growth or whatever in that 60 days, but tell us what you're going to do. Does it mean you're going to have, another EA in another class or something? What support you're going to give the teacher? Because when it comes time, for renewals, I don't want to have, like you said, I don't want there to be any question that we haven't done all the preliminary notifications to the school that they're teetering on the edge of no longer existing.
So, I want to share the screen again. Same contract.
Yeah, Julia, Commissioner Gibson, sorry.
So I just wanted to weigh in a little bit. I'm a little more of the glass half full. I get concerned about sending 50 letters of concern because because that's a level the school is then going to have to respond to it. It's going to have to be on public meeting. They're going to have to come back. We're going to have to vote again to get them back in good standing. And I think there's a lot of steps in there that's taking away from the school actually taking the actions it needs to do on a day-to-day basis, as opposed to just responding to this letter and maybe calling their lawyer and doing all of this. I would prefer to accept and to identify those areas of concern, address them to the charter school division, and allow the charter school division to have the conversations with the schools as to the steps that they're taking. The following year, if that is still raised as a concern in the annual report, then I think it raises to that next level. But I think we're more than sufficiently covered with the public identification of this area of concern with the school and that being submitted in some fashion. Maybe there's a form we create that goes out after our acceptance of the reports. And there's a form that goes out to the schools and says, these are the areas of concern that were identified. And, you know, the school needs to do X, Y, Z or whatever. And charter school division, you know, and I envision, sorry, I'm going to say this again. But I envision that some of this input can also come through platforms that could be created for schools to create the, you know, input. This is what we've done, but I just don't want to put an additional burden on the schools that, like I said, is going to take away from the work that we're expecting them to do. And in some cases, you know, it's easy for us here to say, oh, in 60 days you have to do this. And if you say, oh, well, I need another, you know, EA or whatever. Well, you can't get that money's not coming out of the faucet when you open it up. And sometimes the school just doesn't have the money this school year to be able to do that, but they could. You know, we've got it in the works, but it's going to, you know, and it's unfortunate, but that's the reality we live in with small budgets with a lot of schools. And there's other things that they can do. So that's, you know, that's where I'm sitting with this at this point in time, that I do want it identified and the schools put on notice that it's been, there's that expectation that they're working on this, but I think we have to give them the grace to try to work on it.
Julia, Commissioner Creo, Taylor.
Taylor's before me, just so you know.
So we're talking about how you want to accept these from this year. I just want to switch really quickly to the conversation that we're going to have after lunch, I think, which is starting to look at the contract and the draft rule. And that concept that you just outlined, Commissioner Gibson, is a draft of that kind of concept that doesn't, and actually part of what we need to work on as a commission and to finalize that rule is what exactly does that look like? So I'll point that out when we get there, and maybe I haven't in the draft, maybe it's not where you all want it to be, but that's why we're going to take time to look at the draft rule and make it be the way you want it and have the contract align with that. I did want to flag that I've heard from many of you for a while that you wanted the schools to deal with their annual reports, but to also identify that you had a concern. And then I think we can draft the motions tomorrow in a series of options, and I can put that option in there. I just wanted that input. So there's a part A, what are we going to do on these ones? And then what are we going to do in the future?
Great, thank you. Commissioner Taylor, Creo, and then Vice Chair Burt.
So I guess my question is, the schools have access to these annual reports. The information regarding falls far below or does not meet the standard, to me, should be sufficient notice that we have concern in those areas, and the school is ultimately responsible for making sure that they address those areas of concern. For me, the fact that we're accepting a report that indicates that they're not meeting the standard in those areas should be sufficient. And if they receive that information prior to renewal, they're the ones that are responsible for putting in place a plan to raise those levels where they're falling short. So I don't feel like we should be in any kind of a have any kind of an issue defending that position in the future if they've received this report, we've accepted the report, and they're put on notice basically when they receive that report that says they fall below the standard. So I don't think we need to get into a really big let's not add more to our responsibility to make them meet that standard. They should know that by when we accept this report. They get a copy of it, they can have access to it. So now it's their responsibility, you know.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. I just wanted to share real quick. I also think, given what Director Chavez mentioned, I always want to call you Karina, the opportunity to give feedback and have a conversation and to respond to feedback. There seems to be a lot of due diligence around that as well, where it's not necessarily the final, the first blush review is not us. Like, there's been opportunities for the schools to say, hey, we did do this, Cap, here it is, for our audit findings, you know. So Commissioner Creo and then Commissioner Burke.
So I would agree in part with Commissioners Gibson and Taylor. I thought in work sessions we were going to use like first names and stuff, but no? Okay. You were, but we went over that this morning, right? No, but so you use the phrase, Patty, additional burden on the school. And my feeling is, if they think it's an additional burden that they have to bring their things from not meets expectations, hold on a sec, to meets expectations, I mean, I don't see them needing to climb out of this hole as a burden. It's a responsibility. And I understand that you didn't want to give them something after I finish my diatribe. No, I understand that, not wanting to give them more to do to be able to focus. I understand there's no money for NEA, but in the same way a district could move around resources, they would have to, move around resources. When Mike said, they're given notice. Yeah, they've got this report, they've got notice. And they could very well say, and this isn't to disparage any school that's sitting at the bottom of the pack, they could very well say, hey, thanks for that notice. We're going to get right on that. My problem is we as a oversight body we have to have accountability for them getting right on that. And the thing that I really hope that if you haven't, that everyone involved, everyone in this room has read the Think New Mexico report about public schools in New Mexico in general. And one of the biggest criticisms they have on the charter side is, well, just in general, a district side as well, is the accountability piece. When you know something is going so badly, how are you holding people accountable year after year after year? And I know that, I've always felt like if I was still with the district, what I'd be doing is if a school's consistently, I know they don't use letter grades anymore, but D, F, D, C, F, F, it's like, something? Principal, you're out. Administrators, you are out. You've been given every opportunity to lift your school out of the cellar. Basically, you are hurting kids. They're not getting what they need. You're passing them on. By the time they get to middle school, they're still at a third grade reading level, and that's on you. And I know that there was another commissioner here once that said they didn't say me in particular, but using the blaming thing. It's like, no. You can call it whatever you want. Yeah, shaming too, yeah. And, I think of Glenn all the time, and I hope she's having the best time in the world in Vietnam. And, but it's on them. But at what point do we wait till the end of the next annual report? 2 years has gone by, and then we're looking for a plan for them to do something better. Oh, now it's 2 years and 6 months, and then it's 3 years. All of a sudden, it just seems like they're just open as long as they want to be. And they know that once they're granted their charter, it's going to be next to impossible for us to really do anything if they don't. There's so many examples we've worked on these last couple of years if they don't succeed. So that's my biggest concern. I like the idea of having, when we see something like this, we can flag them in whichever way we want to, a form or something like that. And then we give it to CSD to follow up on, to say, hey, the commission has expressed a really serious concern that you're not moving in this, in English language learning and in science. And so show us what you know, and they can report back to us. So the more burden for you since you're understaffed. And, but just, you know, I just want there to be accountability and movement, not 3 years going by and all of a sudden it's like, híjole, well, it's renewal time. There you go. Thank you.
So my comment about burden was not about fixing it, because I fully expect the school to, as Commissioner Taylor said, you know, these annual reports, it's already flagged for them. They should be looking at that, having the conversation. We know that not all schools do look at it and use it, but that's, you know, there's very little we can do about that because we can't sit down at a governance council's meeting. My additional burden was, why should a school, because they're going to be, the letter of concern is going to be noted on the our public meeting. The school's going to have to come up. The school's going to have to talk to us. The school's going to have to respond. The school will have to come back to a meeting for them to come into good standing. That's the time that I don't want to take from the school. They should be taking the time to fix it, not the time out to do all that, when we can rely on the charter school division, when we've identified the issues. And if we identify the issues to the director and she does her monthly reports to us, she comes back to us and says, you know, this school you identified, they need to be working on this and they haven't submitted anything to us. Now here's our opportunity to say, okay, now they need to be a school of concern because they knew it already. We flagged it again for them. Now you are on additional notice for this. But I truly hope, my glass half full, I truly hope that when schools see these reports, they say, this is what we've got to work on and let's get to it and give them that, you know, that chance that they are doing it. No, so I don't expect them not to be doing anything. I expect them to be digging in. That's not the burden I was referring to.
I could say one word in response, and that would be timeline. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Burt, for your patience.
I just wanted to say I think I agree with Patty. Like that, the idea that, you know, as we look at this, unless there's something egregious that CSD has found, you know, from their site visit or based off the annual report, I think that the idea of it just being like a simple form that just gets like auto-filled with the things, because I do think the one thing I would say that is a little bit different, because it's along the lines of like Commissioner Taylor, what you said of like, I don't think we need to go like too far right away. I think that's the purpose of annual reports. They're annual. And so I think it is supposed to see improvement over time. I think that's the right way to look at it, the right way to consider it, with like the final culmination being their renewal. So I think it's important to give time to have that improvement. Now, the only thing I'll say that is maybe a little bit different than allowing the annual report to be like a standalone thing that they should just look at it and do it, and instead doing kind of like what Commissioner Gibson's saying by like just having like a simple form that like goes out that says, hey, we saw that you does not meet in XYZ, or it's a very low working to meet in this and this. You know, we would like you to collaborate with CSD to see improvement by your annual report next year, kind of thing. I think we do need something from the PEC, because technically the annual report is a CSD document. And I think when it comes to like us making high stakes decisions, for us to make high like negative movement towards a school in any way, it really needs to be from the PEC to their governing board. So I think that that's what that connection would be. But I do think, like Commissioner Gibson said, it should be simple. I don't think it should be like overcomplicated. And I honestly think just a more public review of each school, like us being able, like I cannot wait to stop reviewing forms so much and like the process that we've been creating, because I think our time would be better spent for just reviewing annual reports. Like that's to me more important than all the other work that we've been doing, because that's where we can identify the support that schools are needing. But also I think just highlight, like having it more visible to where it's not like just a CSD and school back and forth, like it's a more, even just like being presented more publicly can highlight like the expectations more, like just for a school to be like, oh, well, they're not like just accepting them, like they're looking at them, they're talking about us, I think is going to elevate the pressure to perform better in the future anyway, without any other action, even just doing that alone. But I just wanted to say I agree with kind of like the view that Commissioner Gibson has and what that could look like. And then once again, I think it's also, and then, yeah, once it's year over year, let's take further action. But I would just wouldn't support, unless, once again, I think there could be sometimes every once in a while, but I think it would be the rarer circumstance where something is pretty egregious, like there's something that needs to be addressed quicker than next year annual report. But I think that's going to be a rare circumstance, not the norm.
Thank you, Vice Chair Julia, and then Commissioner Ingham.
I will look for tomorrow because you have 3 on the agenda tomorrow. The intervention ladder notice of concern just has expectations as to what's supposed to happen. And that could be the annual report, because the annual report is the expectations that something needs to be improved. So let me think about it for tomorrow. I don't want to, I want to look at the intervention ladder that we're not triggering a serious thing, but we are doing that. And I want to confirm that I really agree with what Commissioner Burt just said, that it needs to come from the commission. And like all due respect for Commissioner Taylor, I really think that your idea is correct, but the district court has jumped on you for not having the commission, something coming from the commission. That doesn't mean that we can't find this balance here. And we'll discuss the new contract and proposed rule in a few minutes.
Commissioner Ingham, and then I'd like to go after him. Sorry,
yeah,
I
think the thing to me with the CSDs issuing a opportunity to respond in a survey, and if they don't respond to that survey, and there's issues that, see, it's clear to me that they brought up the issues that are problematic, and if they don't respond to that survey, then in my mind they've been negligent, and that's the opportunity to just send a note from the PEC that says, you're not responding to these serious issues, and that would that satisfy that need to have a formal response to the school from the PEC? Because it seems to me anytime they don't respond to that survey, they've been negligent.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
So the survey is not to say, here's your rating, tell us how you're going to improve it. It's saying, here's your rating. If you think that it's wrong for some reason, you have evidence that supports a different rating, let us know so we can talk. Either we'll explain why the school got the rating, or we'll listen to the school leader and consider additional evidence that the school should have a different rating. So in my mind,
and I don't have a copy of the survey immediately, but they might just check, yeah, it's good. Go ahead, share it with the PEC. We agree. Or they might say, we have questions or we have concerns. So it's not we're going to correct it. It's a way for us to gauge whether they have any questions or concerns with what's in there in the report.
Well, okay, I agree, but anytime the report fails to meet a red box, then in my mind, that requires a response. And if in their if they have those boxes and they don't respond to your survey, then either one, they just got lost and didn't do it, in which case they need to be reminded to do it, or they're saying, we realize that and we're okay with that. And I can't, in my mind, see how that's appropriate. And so I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, I agree with you. Your survey is their opportunity to correct easy corrected errors.
No, it's their opportunity to voice a concern with what they see. Like they think there's an error. They think that data is incorrect. They think that they don't understand why they got the rating. That's what the survey is. It's not to ask them to correct it. I think just getting a yellow or red is information enough that says there needs to be some action. And ideally, it's the school's board that is sitting down with the school head administrator, looking at that report and having a discussion about why did we get this? What can we do to make improvement? And I agree with Commissioner Gibson that I personally don't want to take time away from the school leader to write up a corrective action plan for every red mark to send to us to monitor and to report back to you. I think that needs to be handled at the school level. And we'll see next year how they do. And you'll get reports every year about how they do. And you can decide, man, 3 years of red, they really aren't making any improvement. Yeah, I'm concerned. Let's trigger the intervention ladder. But I think for every school that has a red, I don't think that I want to utilize their staff time, my staff time, and your volunteer time to get an explanation and a report back on every single red. To me, that's a lot.
I just wanted to share one thing really quick. Commissioner Ingham, then Commissioner Taylor, then Commissioner Carrillo. As I just wanted to make sure that it makes sense what Karina just shared. The survey or the conversation to talk about what they saw during that site visit is not to remedy the things that they saw. It's more to see, wait a second, you said I didn't have a special ed teacher. Here she is. So it's not to say my results for my special education students are not where they need to be. Give me 50 days to fix it. That's not what it's just to fix the facts of the matter when they visited, if that makes sense. So it's not.
Can I just ask one question? Yeah. And that is, do all the schools take advantage of that survey?
Okay, so first of all, what I attempted to describe was a change in process. Like before I was here, let's see, 3, maybe 4 years ago and previous, there was an application, a platform that schools needed to log into, understand how to navigate and read how they rated. Okay, that was how they got the information. And I think that instead of relying on a platform to communicate how schools are doing, I think my team and I want to sit down with the school leaders and make sure there's understanding. I want to understand the context of the school. I want schools to understand the performance framework. I want them to have an opportunity to ask, how can I fix this? If they don't have an immediate, maybe they know how they're going to fix the poor math scores and they're already implementing a tutoring program and the results just haven't, shown up. But maybe they don't know how to fix one of the discrepancy reports in STARS because that's a little bit more complex and technical.
So we have made that shift under my leadership at the Charter Schools Division, and we are open to having those discussions with the schools. Not all schools are going to respond the same, right? Some are going to be like, "Where's my lawyer? You know, you're dinging me. Let me pay money for the lawyer to show up," and then the lawyers are going to get into it. Others are going to want to sit down. And I will say, with the 3 that you are seeing tomorrow, I personally sat down with every head administrator. All right. And at least 2 of them are brand new head administrators, and they could not thank me enough. And I'm not just trying to brag on myself, but I do think that it was a human to human discussion about holding up the mirror on, this is your school, right? And one of the leaders is a former superintendent of the year from another state who said, you know, this process is so balanced. Thank you. You're not here just patting us on the back and saying what we're doing great. You're being fair. You're saying where we can make improvements, and you're not doing it in a gotcha kind of way. And so I appreciate this. And next year we're going to have better scores. And I believe it, because I think that we had that discussion. He knows how the school stands. He knows what to work on. And that's, I think, where we're at. But if it's a school that's like, poo-poo you, we're going to do what we want to do, and we keep getting reds and yellows because we're not listening and we're not making improvements, that's where I think that PEC really does need to step in and exercise the authority that you have.
Commissioner Taylor, then Brower, then Creo.
Okay, I'm going to kind of go back to Julia's concern that it needs to be, or the concern that was expressed that it needs to be from the PECs. I still feel pretty strongly that the fact that every report comes to us and we have to accept that report. We don't have to accept that report, but when we accept that report, that's a strong indicator that information is coming from the PEC as well. So, I mean, I feel like we have a pretty strong position if we're reviewing those reports, accepting those reports, and then making them public. I love the idea that Patty came up with. It said that maybe we could have just a simple form, but I do feel like with that simple form, there needs to be a timeline response from the school saying we have concerns. You know, you saw your annual report. You have areas where you're failing to meet the standard. Here's a form that indicates that it's from the PEC, that we have that same concern, but within 60 days, we want some sort of a response and an action plan on how that's going to be addressed. Because as Steve said, man, you know, if we wait until next year's annual report, you know, they're still in the red, and it's like, we have a little more concern. 3 years down the road, they're still in that red. Who's suffering? The kids are suffering. You know, 3 years of poor performance. We need to be more. I think we need to be more proactive in our request and try to make things better for the kids. I mean, that's what we're here for. So,
thank you, Commissioner Taylor.
yes, sir.
I really appreciate this conversation because we're talking about what's the balance between accountability and technical support. We as a body are more around the authorizing accountability components. You know, we can direct the charter school division, as Karina's already been doing with her team, to provide those services and more technical supports where needed, for sure. We also have to reserve the right to have we have the ability to look at schools in a situational way as well, using the resources that we have, but we also can look at things and say, wait a second, situationally, this is something that needs to change. And we reserve that right to do that. The last thing I just wanted to share, and this always is screwy for me. The reports that we are going to review tomorrow and potentially accept are not from this year, they're from last year. The financial audits are from the year before. And so like this is like old data. This is old data. And so we also have to be situational about that. There could very well be the same issues for sure happening, but we won't know until we get the data from this current school year, sometime next year, and hopefully earlier. And Karina, I'm not saying that to put the screws on your team to get this stuff done earlier, but if there's ways that we can get this information done earlier and to review the reports. And I remember when I was in your seat, this was something that I was directed by the PEC to get done faster. But the reality is a lot of it's hard to take actions, not that we can't, but this is a year-old data or more. Like some of these schools, the one that we reviewed today, that you put up on the screen, that could have been August of 2021 that they went and did that visit. So it could almost be a year and a half from where we are right now when that information was gathered in that one snapshot time. And so it doesn't mean we can't take action on it, but the timing matters a little bit to me. And hopefully we have other ways, other mechanisms to lift up issues that are at the level of an intervention, And so anyhow, that's something that I oftentimes forget. And I just think about the audits, the audit findings, financials are even a year earlier because they're based on the year prior. And so anyhow, I just think about like that stuff as we start to think about how can we make meaning of this information and take action. We can, but at the same time, putting it in the situation in which we're in as well is something that's important for me. Commissioner Beck, and then, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Commissioner Correa, I apologize for that.
Okay. I agree, kind of completely with what Commissioner Taylor said. It's the timing thing. Coming up with a way where it's not calling the school in here to answer for whatever right away. But looking at a timeline and for them to be able to connect with CSD to get kind of the guidance that they need. And then CSD can come to us with a report and then maybe even 60 days after that. But I would say, really, and completely echoing what Mike said, it can't be just 1, 2, 3 years down the line and we're still at a fails to meet. Things need to happen more quickly. And it's between the PEC then and the board. They hire their administrators. We don't get involved at that level, and we have to respect that. The level we get involved at is when they come to us for renewal, we say no, and this is why. And you've had, basically 4 years of really terrible reports, and you're not showing progress. And the CSD team is verifying that you're not showing progress despite having helped them. And if there's something situational, then right away, I would hope they would go to our partners at CSD and say, hey, look, this is what's going on here. So we could help in any way we could rectify it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Beck.
So it seems to me like we're looking for a interim between the doing nothing or just sending it and then creating the letter of concern. I think a form of acknowledgement, just an acknowledgement that we are acknowledging that you have these issues that we feel need to be corrected in the near term. Boom, that's it. And then that puts us there where we have acknowledged it, so they can't come back and say, well, you never told us. So just a simple form of acknowledgements just seems to would be the interim piece that we'd have to do from the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck. Could that be like in the motion that we make a motion that says that, we accept your report. We also acknowledge that there are certain does not meet components that need to be addressed. Commissioner Gibson.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me just address that. I think that you can do something simple. Often that's done by a letter from the chair that refers them to the report and says, please address, the items in yellow and red. So I think there is a simple way.
So, and I agree with the concept that there should be some acknowledgement of that, and even if it's not a formalized plan, but my request would be that if there is going to be some kind of acknowledgement by the school of, their plan, that it not just, and I know we send notices to both the head of the governance council and the head administrator, but as best as we can, I would like whatever response, if there's a response that needs to come back, that the governance council's chair signature is on that, because that's at least as close as we can to an acknowledgement that, hopefully there's been a discussion with the governance council with it. And that's my, to me, that's where so much of the breakdown happens with schools, is that there's not that good communication between the head administrator. And that's why we also added on that both, and it is, the contract is with the governance council and us. It is not with the head administrator. The head administrator is charged with carrying out that plan and helping to create it. But Missy beats it into them as best she can. And I think we have to help uplift that a little bit more to try to coerce governance councils to get more involved if they're not in these conversations.
Commissioner Beck. Commissioner Taylor, then Beck.
I just wanted to say too that Chair Brower, your kind of reminder that this information is kind of old information. Is good information for us to keep in mind. I kind of look at that though, that information could be through the survey process, when they get a red flag on there, through that survey process, they can respond to that and say, well, that was last year, and what we've done since then is this, and we put this in place to correct that and so forth. So the survey sort of gives that opportunity maybe to correct some of that. Am I correct? To make that information, that information's old, this is the new information, so they can prove, or show evidence that has been addressed. Is that correct?
So the survey was intended to allow the school an opportunity to question the accuracy
of
the report. Now, when I sat down with the school leaders to review it, we were doing the next year's visit.
Okay.
So in my mind, it's like the corrections should be evident during the school visit, or, it's not the end of the school year, or they're aware this is how they did last year. What have they put into place? What can they put into place to make corrections?
Okay.
But I would hope that we don't, I thought that what Commissioner Beck was suggesting at first was an acknowledgement from the PEC of the performance of the school. But then the return acknowledgement of the school's board or the school's leader and an explanation for how they're going to correct it, that part I would suggest is an extra bureaucratic process that might not be needed, because we are already visiting the school looking at their performance anyway. And I agree with Commissioner Gibson that I would rather they spend their time making the improvement and not answering to us.
So what I'm thinking about is, from what Patty said, was when we send this simple form out saying we're acknowledging, I'm going from a legal kind of position here. We're acknowledging that there are some issues that we've seen from the annual report. We would like just an acknowledgement back from the chair that you've received this. Just an acknowledgement back. And then that way you have there, not any improvement or anything like that, just that you have received this and you've acknowledged that you've received this without any kind of action to be taken.
The action to be taken will be that we track it. Some schools will, some schools won't. And then what are you going to do?
No, I'm just saying that they have received our acknowledgement, not that there's any action that they have to do, that they've received it, because they could say, hey, we never got this. We never got this. We didn't know. That's all. Pardon? Yeah, that's it.
Commissioner Creel.
I like the idea a lot. Just that there's something that comes back to us. It would take the chair of a governing council 5 minutes. That's it. Nothing other than that. To say, we've received the report. Thank you very much. I love that idea.
Wonderful. Any other items, any other discussion on this particular area? Karina.
Yeah. Alternately, and actually, there's something in statute that says that schools need to publicly share their performance report. So the Vistas report, when it's done, they're going to have like a public meeting to share with the public. Alternately, instead of them sending back something for us, and who knows if it gets lost in somebody's email and blah, 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 we ask them, or you ask them, to have an item on their board agenda that is publicly posted, and we can verify by going to their website and looking at their board agendas that they reviewed it and discussed it at their public meeting.
And then if they don't, we'll come up with something.
Right.
Tarred and feathered in the public square.
Ooh.
Well, with, in the director's report, it was, she could highlight that.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Like it.
Wonderful. Let's take a 30-minute lunch break plus 6 more minutes. So we'll come back at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. We'll come back and reconvene.
Especially with cream cheese on top.
Oh, yeah.
You guys on Zoom, you're missing some amazing carrot cake with house-made cream cheese frosting that Louie made. That'll learn you.
All right, let's go ahead and reconvene. We're going to move to item number 8. And then we'll come back and hit item number 4 after that and get back onto track. But then item number 8 is discussion of contract documents, the draft contract and the rule. And so I'm going to have Julia share a bit about where we are, and then we'll get a chance to have a discussion as well.
Thank you. Missy, can you let me know when Patty Matthews is able to join? Thank you.
She's on.
Oh, she's on. Okay, great. So let me just give a little, I want to spend the next hour because Patty Matthews is available to do this and go over the start of the substance of what's in the rule, a proposed rule. The thing that I would like by the end is a subgroup of people, less than a quorum, who are interested in taking a much deeper dive into a proposed rule and contract with a series of virtual meetings in the next month to look at this in detail. We will invite the schools to join. Obviously, CSD, we would love to have join. If PED wants to also join, that's fine. But to take kind of a deep dive, I think that at this point, with contract negotiations coming up in April, we are still on track to push towards a finished new contract, a finished new performance framework. I was just checking with the chair. Seems like we might be on track for that. And then a proposed rule that ties into that. So the document I would like to look at in some not in-depth detail, but is 8.3 in your folder. It is a draft PEC rule from February 8th. And I wanted to go through, I can share my screen if that's easier, or if people can pull it up. And I think Patty Matthews has it as well. I guess I want to just pause and see if Patty Matthews wants to start with any comment, or if we should just start going through this. I want to go through the various sections and the thinking around the draft, but I'm going to reiterate that it is an initial draft. And it's something that I think both Patty Matthews and I put the most time in, although it does incorporate a lot of ideas from others. Patty Matthews, did you want to say anything first?
No, I just wanted to be clear that from here, you want to take this to a committee and not post it. Is that right? I want a subcommittee to continue to work on this because I don't think we're going to be able to start the rulemaking process right at the moment.
Okay, I don't really have anything to say. I think, you and I have reached effectively a mutual ground, at least as a floor.
Okay, so let me walk through what this draft rule attempts to do so that you can see the direction we're going. So let me back folks up a little bit. The idea of the rule would be to put into rule, which is harder to change, the processes and protocols that are important to state charters and that you all have worked on in the last year. It is an attempt to hardwire some of these decisions that you've made. So for example, you just had a conversation on annual reports. We would decide how you wanted to do those documents going forward and hardwire them. So you wouldn't have a conversation each time where you changed it. It's to give consistency and certainty to all schools. So the top sections are required by the state in any kind of a rule. We will come back to this section. I want to kind of walk you through it, but we have put in, this rule is intended to look at the PEC processes only and to focus on those things that you are required to do in law. And that includes the Charter Schools Division, who does actions for you. For example, Director Chavez just went over all of the things that she's done to prepare for the annual reports. So we have some definitions that are important and are referred to later on. But let me kind of walk you through overall what there is. The first substantive section, which is 0.8, 6.2.9.8, is the procedure making process that you all have been living in for the last year. So 6.8 is this general thing that you take that something's proposed like a form, you take 2 meetings if there's substantive changes to look at that. People can have input on that. In the previous rule that we worked to move forward to promulgate but did not, talked about kind of once a year, you all saying, okay, let's look at these forms again and do it once a year, not all the time. I think commissioners have already raised today and many times that we need to stop looking at these all the time. So they would be on kind of an annual review cycle. And section 10 is what happens if you need to do something out of cycle. So 8, 9, and 10 are kind of the form reviews. The amendments that we just did, the renewal application that, the charter, the new school application, those type of things, the process that you've been using for the last year would be hardwired in this rule. Patty, did you have any comments up to here?
I did want to, and I'm sorry, I probably should have said this at the beginning. I can't really tell who's on the call or if the other commissioners, the new commissioners are on the call, but I did want to say, just from my perspective, representing the charter schools, essentially we view that this rulemaking, which I think is correct, it should be in rule, is a way to avoid having moving requirements. And, that it's set in rule and that the contract is tied to the requirements and that we're not moving. And the charters definitely believe that that is or at least the ones that I represent in this particular situation. So I guess you already know that. But the point of the rule from the school's perspective is to firm up how you do things and have a way to be here when the commission is actually going to do things and what is their actual process versus having to skim through transcripts, et cetera. So I think that Ms. Barnes and I have come up with a really sound floor for, you all can certainly work through it and put your your ideas into it. But as she keeps saying, it's pretty much what you're already doing. We're just putting it into rule versus into a contract that actually could change from year to year if you so chose. And this just stops this constant moving of what processes and procedures. In my opinion, the rule is about substantive things. It is not about changing dates and timelines and those sorts of things. These are really material issues that relate to your relationship with the charter school. So that's all I wanted to say. I don't have anything else to say about what you have said already.
And Patty, I've jumped into the deep end of the pool without asking you to introduce yourself to the new commissioners.
I'm Patty Matthews, and I represent, right now in this context, I have about 20 schools that have asked me to weigh in on this rule process. So,
and we have 3 new commissioners. I think Chair Brower.
I do.
And Commissioner Beck and Ingham, did you all want to
just say hello to her, or tell her who you are, or
I think I've actually met Commissioner Ingham before. He was at a hearing that we just had.
oh yeah,
on
okay,
a
good.
Charter school from Albuquerque Public.
Commissioner Beck, hello.
Hello.
I do
Nice to
District
meet you.
2. I am, I'm filling the huge shoes of Dave Robbins.
Those are huge shoes.
They're
Sure.
about size 20. And I'm size 12.
Particularly when it comes to scoring incredible buildings, he was really good. Okay, so those first, I just want to walk you through what this is attempting to do. Again, I'm looking for a small group that will continue to work through this. Ultimately starting a rulemaking process, and I know that Patty Matthews and her schools may participate in that rulemaking process. But we may work outside of that rulemaking process for a little while longer. Section 11. I went and did a lot of national research. You guys are required to look at kind of best practices. And one of the things that you find is this concept of your high stakes decision making. So from 11 all the way to the end of the rule is different from the top section, in that this starts to set into rule how you will do high stakes decision making. And so that a school can expect that. So I want to give you an example that you all did an entire discussion and conversation about how you were going to do renewals. And then that timeline and that process was put into place less formally than a rule. But then you followed it last year. And the school, even the school opportunity to respond, how you told schools what you wanted to hear about, how they knew what to expect when the charter schools division went, when they saw the charter school division initial renewal recommendation, that an opportunity to respond, then you had that hearing. That is an example of the type of certainty of process, high stakes decision-making process that we have tried to put throughout here. And while some of them are, you've already been trying them for the last year, there's a couple of them that are just missing. We don't have a revocation process. We don't have a suspension process. We don't even have a definition of what suspension is. So as you could see, it's hard to use that when you don't know. Plus, it's hard for a school to know what to expect if you don't have it. So from 11 to the bottom, starts to give that certainty. And I'm just going to reiterate that this is, I tried, and then Patty added in a lot to incorporate what already is something you have been doing. But even listening to Director Chavez today, there's some things that aren't, that people may say, oh no, we want to do it this way. So for example, that survey that she just mentioned, that may be a great thing to put in here, or put in something that allowed her to still do that survey. So it's not intended to turn any process on its head. It's to hardwire them. So 11 talks about the
Sorry, could you share your screen? Is that possible?
I can share my screen.
Because I think I'm kind of lost in terms of where I am.
Okay, I'm
Trying to
happy
find
to.
it here.
Let me go. So this is document 8.3.
Right?
8.3.
Okay,
Let
I'm
me
there.
just scroll up, and I'm sorry. And Director Chavez is much better at this than I am, and not making you dizzy. 8, 9, and 10 are the forms. That is this review of like the renewal application or the new school application or the amendments, where you go 2 different working sessions and make a decision after that. And in fact, when Chair Burt was here, if she even felt like something wasn't ready, she could even push it off further. So those first 3 sections, 8, and I'm looking at the last number, 9 and 10,
Those are the way that those are done. 11 starts the high stakes decision process, the how you will do that. So 11 is overarching. Patty and I talked about that. It might make some sense to just kind of ground the reader of the rule. And here are the general high stakes decisions that you do. So accept the final annual report. Identify if the school is on track for renewal. Start an action on the intervention ladder or take action to close a school. Those are the high stakes decisions that you take. So it's not, B1 is not CSD's creation of that final report, but it's your acceptance. So that's the high stakes decision. Sure.
So, and maybe I missed it at the very beginning, but how come new applications aren't in here when we're listing high stake decisions? Why don't we have the decision making for new applications?
We could. That's a great idea.
You know, because then it all lives there.
It's a great idea, and it's worth.
I think, Julia, I think what part of the problem is in the last second we have extracted from incorporating what we did into the PED rule, which actually does have the new application process in it, Commissioner Gibson. That's why. So I think you're right. If we're going to pull out and have a commission rule, it has to have the new application piece in it. We've just sort of been bouncing around here for the last few weeks.
How I need to look at that though, because that rule still exists.
Renewal, or is that statute? That statute. No, and maybe I'm missing. There's a rule on new application. I thought it was statute, not rule.
There was a rule.
Both. There's both. There's a statute and a rule governing, two statutes governing new applications, and the rule included it, but it's been pretty gutted. The new application rule has been fairly gutted from the last revision.
Right.
And I don't know that it includes.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it includes how you would make your decision-making process. It's the applicant's side.
I agree with that. I think that makes sense.
So already good points. Please raise your hand for the subcommittee. To walk you through it a little bit further. We've put in a section about the annual site visit and the annual reports. I'm going to say that I put in what I thought, and I still think it's what I've heard from you guys, which is that the annual site visits should result in the school taking action during the next year to correct whatever was identified. I'm not positive about the details, particularly given the conversation that you guys have just had, that I've hit the mark all the way through. I also wanted to incorporate what CSD wants to do, and there's more dialogue on that. So, but this concept of going out to the schools, having a site visit, you have already identified that there are certain site visits that you want CSD to prioritize, for example, renewing schools. A second possible topic is schools that you know aren't doing well, so that timing issue isn't there. And then a process of getting input from the schools, similar to what Director Chavez was talking about today, which is, that survey idea where she was like, do we have everything right, and giving them an opportunity before it comes forward. Again, the details in here may be modified on that, but there is a process for them to say, CSD, please look at this, or your report doesn't appear to me to be right. And then it also tries to take into account this issue that CSD struggles with a lot, which is all data doesn't come all at once. In fact, it comes over a bunch of periods of time. So how do you do that timing? And then it does indicate in here, similar to the renewal application, that there would be a recommendation from the division regarding whether CSD thinks they are on track for renewal. And it sets out this annual report process. Patty, did you want to add in here?
Not yet.
Okay.
So one question, because that the concept of the school being given notice of whether they're on, where they are in terms of renewal is going to live in the performance framework.
Right, which
So, and that'll be in the annual report.
yes. So that is
the two of them will come together.
an
Yes.
excellent point as to why all three of these documents need to be finalized at the same
Right.
time, so that they so they are interrelated. But
Right.
that was kind of what I was thinking, is that performance framework is embedded in that annual report. Although Director Chavez puts in a lot more in the annual
Right.
report. But that concept of a recommendation and then to you all, so that when you accepted an annual report, you would also identify for the school, here's what's happening. Let me keep going a little bit and then open it up for, although please keep asking kind of these specific ones. The next section, which is 13. Much of the discussion in this rule is, one, how's it going to go normally with all schools? What can all schools expect when there's an annual report, when there's a renewal? What's everybody going to expect of the process? Whether you are an A+ school or an F-, there we don't have school grades anymore, but you're the best of the best or you're the worst of the worst. Same process, what to expect, and trying to institutionalize how you all have worked with CSD basically over the last year or so to do that. There's a lot of sections here, including this next one, which is what happens with schools that are not performing at the level that you want. So the best of the best schools are going to be done after that annual report. They're going to get a, you're on track for renewal. They're going to say, thank you. They're going to go their merry way and keep doing that good work. And there's a lot of those schools. Now, some of them are going to not have that. So there's two concepts in 13. One is looking at the individual indicators. Is there unsatisfactory performance on your audit, for example? Is there unsatisfactory performance on your special education licensure? Those are there. The other is the overall rating. You are in trouble. We are going to, the PEC has indicated to you that there is a notice of possible non-renewal. 13 puts the onus on the and opportunity on the school to fix those things and to come back to you through CSD when they say, we're good. Okay, we had an unsatisfactory performance on the special ed licensure. They didn't fix it right away, but 30 days later, they like, CSD, we fixed it. And they could, if they chose to, come forward to tell you that they fixed it. Kind of that idea of putting them back into good standing. They can also come back and say, you issued us for this school year a notice of possible non-renewal. We have fixed that. We would like you to rescind that. We would like you to indicate to us that you are on path. They do not have to do it. They could do it at the next annual visit. But this 13 gives them an opportunity, if they want to to fix something mid-cycle. The fallback is the next annual review. So similar to what Director Chavez said earlier, which is that she's sitting down with the school, seeing if they fix something because it's the next annual site visit. This contemplates that idea. Patty, did you want to add anything here?
Nope, I'm good.
Yeah, go ahead. The other Patty.
Becoming Commissioner Creel. I've got one more thing. So, so my question is, based on the discussion that we had before as to what we may want to do with accepting those annual reports, this outlines that they, for the most part, they have until the next, you just have until the next annual report. Based on the motion that may be tomorrow, would we need to change this? Because I don't want how we're going to do this to change every year. Now let's have another discussion about, I get it that we want it cemented here, but this seems to codify that, unless the school really wants to, ask us to reconsider and say, no, you're back in good standing. And for me, I'm going to say that it's not just schools that are not on track for renewal. I think there are schools that are on track for renewal with conditions that those conditions could be substantive enough that I would like that in that little form or whatever. So I don't know if this is now the time or if there's going to be that subcommittee that's going to nuance that. But I guess my question is, will we need to fix that based on what the motion most likely is going to be tomorrow? Because that's not what we expressed earlier. And it's not what I anticipate tomorrow is going to result in. Just, I don't want to say what tomorrow, but I'm just saying.
What I would like to do, given 30 more minutes that Patty Matthews is available to be here, is to keep going. I'd like to put that, but I do want to say, and it's on the screen right there, the first sentence says exactly which is, it gives them a year and an opportunity to come forward earlier if they felt like doing it. And
I think the commission expressed not the, if you feel like it, let's, so that's why I'm asking, because I mean, and I know Patty's got limited time, so I don't know whether this is something that we need to just let the subcommittee finish that out, understanding what that conversation was, and we can move on now. But I think that from the way I read this, I think it needs to change. Maybe I'm wrong.
Waiting a year to see any, was I next time? Sorry. All right. Yeah, I agree with Patty. I mean, waiting a year to be able to see if there's been any progress or steps taken or any, that's just not acceptable. That's where we've been, and that's why we come up against renewals, and perhaps maybe we don't want to, and then we don't have enough to go on.
Yeah.
So I would want to change this, whether it's in subcommittee or.
For sure. I'll just say the thinking, some things can't be changed immediately, like your graduation rate can't be fixed that quickly, or your state testing because it's only once a year. So there were certain things that maybe it's a difference between the academic. I don't know. I think that you need to see what you wanted, how you want to address that.
I don't know exactly what Commissioner Gibson and Commissioner Carrios are referring to, because I apologize and I very much appreciate you all accommodating my crazy schedule today. But I do agree. I think Commissioner Gibson, we can modify paragraph A and include in there language that it gives that makes it clear and by the deadline approved by the commission in a corrective action plan or something. So I think that's easily modified in there, and I understand some things may be critical and you believe that they need to be corrected quickly, and that's fair. So I think we can modify that to add language that would say either, if it's like, for example, academics by the end of, by the time you get to your next annual site visit, or if it's something more urgent by the deadline imposed by the commission.
Right, yeah.
And
No,
or CSD if we're there.
The other idea in my mind is you have 2 tracks allowed to you. At least, but just 2 tracks for this conversation. You have the annual report and the intervention letter. So if something can be fixed within the next year along the lines of, okay, I see, CSD has told us that that this looks okay, that there's improvement, that they understand. Maybe you're like, okay, we accept the annual report with these deficiencies, with these issues in it. You're put on notice, you need to deal with it the next year. And if a school comes forward and you're like, holy cats, man, that is serious, then you use the intervention ladder tool. So that's another possible way to do it. Can I just keep going to the end?
Sure.
And would love to have you guys on. I just thought to myself, I'm going to talk them all out of being on a subcommittee. So D14. Well, and I want to tell you that the more we've been hammering at this process for a long time, and a group of the lawyers and PE and CSD tried to be on a joint call, and then Patty provided me with a big document on what she thought needed to go in the contract if we couldn't do a rule. And then I was like, the more I look at it, the more I am like, this certainty on all of these issues is super important, and it needs to be hardwired and finalized. And you all have gone a long way down this path. 14 is the intervention ladder. Commissioner Carrillo, I want you to know that I did try to shorten it. There is a tension between giving school notice and hearing a school 6 times in front of the commission, but this is looking to put into rule the intervention ladder as you all have been working through it. And it's kind of the standard steps. I do want to mention that I think many people in this room have been frustrated with the corrective action plans, how hard they are, how much time it takes CSD, how hard it is to get a good one, how hard it is, this is my opinion, to have a school in crisis try to do something to fix it. They're in crisis. It's hard to do it. It's hard to fix it. And that has been a difficult tool. So we've tried to struggle with how to give that annual report more emphasis. That doesn't mean we have eliminated the cap as a tool, but we're not trying to have 53 caps, because Karina would have to hire another 30 people. And they're not working very well, in my view. They've been hard, and we've done several, and I still don't have one that I'm like, oh man, that went so well. So up above, you have the annual report section. You have what people can do if there's concerns. You have the intervention ladder section. And now this 15 is the renewal process, which you all just used. And someone can tell me that I haven't been right, but we've tried to codify here what you all decided on renewals, because I felt like that renewal process was pretty smooth. And I thought that a lot of that hard work, I thought the schools had an ability, CSD had an ability to work really hard, but also to get out these initial reports. The schools had an ability to respond to it. You had an ability, like 30 or 40 days before to tell them what you were interested in hearing about. They were ready for that. The charter, I don't think the charters were surprised by anything. I think they were prepared. I don't know if they felt prepared, but I felt like they were prepared. So this one looks to put that in statute, or not statute, rule. 16 is the last one, and it sets up, excuse me, a revocation or suspension process that is similar to, it's based and modeled after the process that the secretary uses when there is an appeal. So it's not days of hearings, it's hours, but it is a process of what they can expect. So that is put in there. The one thing I did want to mention in the renewal section is the lawyers for the charter schools talked about when a school has been identified as possibly being non-renewed, they asked for that they be able to request a more serious type of hearing. Because if you've put them on notice that you're going to possibly non-renew them, they want it a little bit more formal. So the hearings that are, and I don't know if we call them hearings, but I guess the renewal hearings that you all held were a little bit on the informal side. You know, you were talking to the schools, there were questions, but it wasn't super formal. So there is a process that a school could request a more formalized process. It's set for 3 hours, so it's not longer, because some of those charter renewal hearings were 3 hours already. So it's not more time, it's more formal. So just to go from top to bottom, the top section is your forms. From 11 forward are your high-making decisions. The annual reports, what to do to correct something in the annual reports, the intervention ladder, renewal, and then revocation or suspension. Patty, did you want to add more here?
No, I'm good.
So and I don't know if this is oh crap, I just lost it. I just swiped it away. So I have a question about the revocation process. Because there's the piece that says that the commission can use a hearing officer. Can you go to that section?
Yeah, and
because I can't.
There is, let's see.
To conduct the hearing in front of the commission, who shall then provide pre-hearings, yada, yada. The hearing officer shall not.
Do you know where it is? Where are you looking?
I'm looking at C1.
And
that the hearing officer would, so I guess I'm just thinking about what that process, because any of the revocation hearings that we've held.
Yeah.
The commission has held the revocation hearing, and we've had the witnesses and everything that came after that we did, and I'm sure Patty's probably been at some of those, and then we voted. There was I guess I'm just confused as to what that, because it looks to me like there'd be some kind of hearing, almost like pre-trial, that the hearing officer then would make recommendations, but then we're still going to hold a revocation hearing. So I'm not exactly clear what exactly that hearing officer does.
So
I get it in an
Here-
appeal.
Hearing officers are used often by commissions. You have not done that, but many commissions actually have hearing officers on staff. So it doesn't have to be, and you could decide, we don't ever want to use a hearing officer. This doesn't require it, it allows it. And it allows that hearing officer to run the meeting. And you all are there as, you don't have to run the meeting, you can participate in the meeting. So that person is doing the procedural things for the meeting. It doesn't have to be,
But doesn't it say there that they would, and the hearing officer shall present findings of facts and conclusions of law within 30 days of the hearing, so that they would then, so we would have to wait another 30 days to get that hearing officer's
Yeah, so we could.
opinion and then hold a revocation here.
It is the revocation hearing. I mean, this is the revocation hearing, then you would act on it. So you wouldn't have a second hearing, you would.
But it says there, they'd have 30 days to present. And
So first, you don't have to do it, and if it doesn't make sense, we can eliminate it.
I don't
The
know.
second
I
thing
get
is if they did provide findings of fact and conclusions of law, you've already held the revocation hearing, so you would come back as a commission and then vote based on whether you, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
but it would be 30 days after we, to me.
Well, okay, so maybe there's a disconnect here. Julia, what if, I think this is how I sort of envisioned that this was going to play out. Yes, it's discretionary, don't have to have a hearing officer. Frankly, in the past, and particularly with a revocation, it makes sense for me that you, the commission, have someone there that can actually prepare proper findings of facts and conclusions.
But that's what Julia does.
Remember at the, and maybe that's the answer, is that you don't need one because you have an attorney, but if you look at the process, your counsel is presenting your side of the case.
Right.
So, anyway, so my thought was, why wouldn't, you could vote that day. You could vote at that hearing. And so we vote to uphold revocation, and then I guess, Julia, subsequently, once the findings of facts were issued, then you would vote to, I don't know, it is a bit clunky, so.
Yeah, because you're still holding that school in
Abeyance.
limbo, thank you, for 30 days. And,
That's true.
If the decision is to close that school, it's all in fairness to the school and the parents. They need to start notifying, students where they need to go next year. And, there's all of that. I hate to drag, because there's also then the appeals process.
Right.
So now if you've got 30 days to, we're back
Why don't
now
we do
30
what
days.
we do in the others, where you have a decision, a written decision issued in 14 days by the commission or their counsel. It doesn't have to be the hearing officer. These are the kinds of things that are really good discussion points that I think in this committee, we can iron these things out.
Okay. All right.
I'm not married to this process. In fact, Julia made it up.
And I made it up by reading, I'm blaming it on the secretary.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this reads a lot like Commissioner Gibson. I thought you were going to say the same thing I've been thinking about. It sounds like the appeals process that we've gone through with and the secretary appoints the hearing officer. And in our case, but that may not necessarily be even an issue for us, since we can do the hearing, at least the revocation hearings I've been part of. You all were leading that with council. So yeah, I think that's probably where it came from, was the appeals.
I absolutely came from there.
Commissioner Rio.
It would seem like the hearing officer should not be Julia, but someone from the outside that's hired as a hearing officer to oversee the case. Just that. But I think it might be cleaner. We don't have to. If the commission decides, and they decide to have Julia, we don't want her. But I just think it's cleaner if it's someone from the outside. I like the idea of issuing decisions quickly. Appeal has to happen quickly, you know, because this last thing that we did with the school who was on our agenda for my whole 2.5 years here so far that I won't name, it just seemed like time after time, there was another 30, another 30, another 30 days. And it just went on and on and on. And the district court, what did they take? Almost a year to issue their decision. And all that does, like you said, when you put the school in limbo, you put the parents and kids in limbo, you put all the contractors that are working with the school in limbo. And so limbo's not, you know, it's a nice game to play at a barbecue. But isn't that called limbo when you get it? Yeah. But no, not for us.
Let me go back to kind of the thought of a higher level review, which is, if I haven't talked you out of being on a subcommittee, this is in kind of blocks in my mind. Reviewing the form process, the top 3 sections in one meeting, looking at the annual and possibly the annual report, because I don't know that there's a ton of conversation on your process that you're using for the forms, because you've been using it for so long and it's been working, but maybe doing those 2 sections in one meeting. Then a second one that would look at the middle sections, like a new school application, the intervention letter, and then a last one to look at revocation or suspension. So to take this document in chunks and do a deep dive, hopefully with you all, the school lawyers, including Patty, I think we'll schedule it when she can do it. School leaders that were interested in coming, Matt Paul, anybody, you know, CSD, PED, anybody that wanted to look and kind of take a deep dive. The next thing that we have not completed yet is to go back to the contract, make sure the contract aligns with the rule, and because like Patty said, first thing she said, I tried to do them side by side and they're not, the wording and things are not aligned. So to do that. And then finally, all 3 documents, the contract, the rule, and the performance framework need to align. When I looked at the performance framework, a lot of it did align or wasn't relevant. You know, it was a separate idea. And in fact, it sounds like yesterday you took out the one that I thought was the closest. There was a provision in there on being in good standing and the intervention letter. That felt like it should be in these 2. Sounds like you took it out. That was a comment I had. So you need to do a side by side. And there's more to discuss on the performance framework, but I didn't see much I actually saw a lot of alignment. And I continue to believe that the calendar that you have laid out for the schools is still possible to achieve these documents. You have negotiations in April. You are a long way on the performance framework. I think that we can be a long way on these next 2 documents. And the negotiations are actually like to negotiate someone's educational framework or whatever. I forget the words that we use. I want to say philosophy, but it's not the educational program. We know it's going to go in the contract. You can still negotiate it when you know, so populating, and actually I know from populating those documents, that part's fast. Knowing what the text is the hard part. We know, for example, that you're going to have some type of school specific goal. We're asking them to prepare it the old way and the new way. So the April dates still seem possible to me. And I'm going to look to Patty again, unless she had to jump off, but delaying it much more is too hard for the schools. And hard for you and us. Patty?
Well, I mean, my opinion is they should have been finished by 30 days from the day the contract was approved, but so we're just sort of floating out there. But I agree with Julia. There's just no certainty, you know, that as of July 1, they don't exist if they don't have a contract. And they really need, this all just should have been done in February, March timeframe. And they should have been. So yes, I agree. Putting it past March, I mean, we've been up against that deadline a couple of times in your existence, and it's not pleasant. It just makes things really hard.
And last time, I will tell you that with April negotiations, 2 schools provided us the paperwork the afternoon of June 30th. The afternoon of June, because we were like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So, and then I guess the last thing from my view of this is these documents finish and a culmination of all the work that you've done. I think after that, you can start to package them in a way that's really easy for the schools to see how to do what they need to do. And I think my view is it's time to do it. And my view is you're ready to do it. It wasn't, this document isn't finished, but Patty and I could do it. We could draft it. We could get a draft for you. So that meant that it was not that hard to put in here. That's not saying at all that there aren't things to change or that we don't have it wrong or that the CSD process isn't in here or that there's not whatever. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that once we started down this road, we could get a draft. And up till that point, we weren't able to. So.
Commissioner Ingham?
Yeah, I just, and on the putting together the subcommittee, there's a lot of people that have a lot of understanding that have been through this process and that would be the best people for that. I'm just saying I would be willing, but I don't have that background and tribal knowledge. But if it's just you need somebody to be a part of the committee, I'm happy to do that. I just want to say that I think there are better people that have much more intimate knowledge of the background.
Commissioner Beck, then Creo.
I just wanted to say real quickly, from a newbie / outsider's view, it looks to me, because I've seen a lot on the performance framework, haven't seen much on the contract, but between the performance framework and this document, the draft rule, they align pretty closely, very closely from what I see. One supports the other. So I don't think there's a heck of a lot of tweaking. Commissioner Gibson's idea of the new school, that obviously should be in here, but I don't think there's an awful lot of tweaking that needs to be done.
Having lived in the weeds a little while, I think that Patty and I both feel like the CSD and school input in the nitty gritty is essential. So I think this document will change. I don't think it'll change because of the performance framework, but we came up with something that we felt like, and I think Patty called it a floor. It's kind of the first step to have people react to. And I would love to solicit names. And I know Patty needs to leave in a second. Actually, I don't know unless you wanted to say something else, Patty.
No, I mean, you and I can coordinate my schedule, but we need to get it going So if we're going to get these contracts finished by April.
Okay. Thanks for joining.
See everybody.
See you. Thanks.
Thank you.
And it's not essential to me that it's a formal subcommittee. I'm just looking for a group that's less than a quorum.
So with that, I would just nominate all those people that aren't here today in person. I'm just kidding.
Let me turn my my Zoom camera off just to be sure no one was sure if I was here or not.
I'd be happy to be part of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck.
Yeah, I will, I'll agree to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson.
I'll do it. I'll do it too.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I can round it out. if you feel- Yeah. I can round out that team.
We're anticipating it'll all be virtual. I'll get, what did seem to work in Patty Matthews' schedule was kind of a block around the noon hour. Just so that you're tired and hungry and but what,
As long as I'm off.
yeah, we can do that. We can do a light lunch.
No, maybe you two can go golf and that's just,
You know, I realized how many times I interrupted commissioners on the golf course. I'm embarrassed to say. They were like, you know, I was on the golf course. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. We would love to have CSD. We would love to invite the PED lawyers. We would be more than happy to have any school leaders and Matt Paul. So.
And Julie, I would just say, it could be good to have somebody from the policy team as well, like either Deputy Director Denise Terrasas or someone else from that team too. I think would be really helpful. All right. Well, I apologize for moving around a little bit with our agenda items today, but we're going to go back to item number 4. If Karina, is your team prepared for item number 4 at 2:00, which we're exactly at 2:00?
Yeah, Louis is on for that.
So item number 4, it's school data platforms.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Might have had a perplexed look on my face because I think there's others who are doing the actual presentations. I think there's a couple people from the IT group that are signing on, Scott Wright, who is signing on. And if you do want to know about ESSER, that particular dashboard was one that I helped with when I was working with the ESSER fund. So I could give you a quick trip around the block on that one. But I believe one of the folks from the IT group is in the queue.
If Jesse Gutierrez could accept the invitation to join the panel. And if Julia Barnes would stop sharing her screen.
And also Director Chavez, I think this was a group that you had originally asked to present and maybe give a introduction of what these people will be presenting.
So commissioners, I wanted to make sure that you were aware of all of the data transparency platforms that exist at the PED. This morning, you met with Dr. Alexis Alvarez and he showed you Vistas. And there's a number of other data systems that PED runs and operates and has schools interact with and and the public interact with. And so I know, Louis, you did an awesome job reaching out to folks who said that they would present. I'd like to thank everybody from PED who is here to present, and I'll let you introduce them individually, and they can talk about their respective platforms.
Oh, thank you, Director Chavez. So two of the folks that are presenting, I have not personally met because I did my coordinations with Conrad Cordova, who is I believe the deputy director of the IT group. So I see one that's on the screen right now. I heard that Jesse was available as well. So I believe they're going to be talking about Looker and maybe one other platform as well. So if that person will go ahead and unmute themselves, and I don't know if they'll need to share screens or not.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Let me share my screen. All right, so my name is Ritika Marathe and I am Business Intelligence Analyst. We at PED worked on developing...
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Your voice is a little muffled, and may I ask you to please speak more slowly and maybe closer to the mic?
Sure. How about now?
That's better, thank you. Just keep it slow.
Okay, so I'll introduce myself again. My name is Ritika Marathe, and I am a business intelligence analyst. And at PED, we have worked on creating a dashboard that represents the student annual attendance data. And this information can be viewed at schools, district, and state level for different student subpopulations. So subpopulations like if the student is male, female, the different ethnicities, and so on. So can you all see my screen? Yeah. So
we can see your screen, yes.
Awesome. So this is the dashboard, and we have created this dashboard in collaboration with Safe and Healthy Schools Bureau. All the data, it comes from the stars, and except for few graphs. For this graphs, the data comes from annual attendance portal. So let's see how to read this dashboard. So here we can see this annual attendance information over different school years for different districts and different schools. So we have school year 21-2022 selected. Let's select any district. Let's say Alamogordo. And I'm selecting Alamogordo High. So here we can see the comparison for student enrollments and attendance at school level, district level, and for entire state. So we have, for example, 1633 students who are enrolled in this high school. 43.72% is the chronic absentee rate for this school. Average excused absences per student, these are number of days, and average unexcused absences per student in days. And we can also see if this school have submitted attendance improvement plan or not. So here it's yes, they have submitted their attendance improvement plan. So similar information for the district Alamogordo and for the state. Further, we can see the information of students by tiers. So there are different tiers of absenteeism. For example, tier 1 represents students who have missed less than 5% of classes for any reason. Tier 2, students who are missing 5% or more but less than 10%, and so on.
Excuse me, we have is it okay if we ask questions along the way, or would you like to wait till the end?
No, mine's not a question. I'm having trouble understanding. Yeah, I am really. It's not.
It's the audio, but I had a question too.
Okay.
I can't read your last name there, Miss. So from the last slide, am I to understand that Albuquerque High on any given day has 43% of kids absent?
Yeah, and this is
In Alamogordo.
Yeah, in Alamogordo High, this is for entire school year. So for
Holy smokes.
Yeah, so for school year 2021-2022, this is the chronic absentee rate.
Thank you. It's stunning.
And yeah, the goal of this dashboard is to let schools and districts take steps to improve these numbers.
Can I get clarification on that? It's not that there's 43% of kids in school. It's that 43% of students are absent 10 or more days in a school year?
Yes, so who are chronically absent, yes.
And chronically absent is 10 or more?
10 or more.
And does that include excused absences as well?
No, I don't know.
Just unexcused?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, here further we can also see the students by different tiers. So here are the definitions of the different tiers. And we can see a similar comparison at school level, district level, and state level. Further, we can see the same information at a student subpopulation level. So here, and again, comparison between the school and the district. So here again, 1633 student. These are total enrollment, total students enrollment in the school by different subpopulations.
I have another question.
Okay.
How far back does this go? Because I do know, like, since 2020, being absent, like my kids were never absent from school before 2020. And then obviously then we had that, but even like this last school year, they were like, if they have a cough, keep them home. If they have, like, if they could possibly have an illness, keep them home. So I'm also wondering, like, what the historical data is, if this is like way higher. Oh, you have to 2018-19.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. All right, thanks. That was my question. So we could kind of look late before when it was normal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and also here we can see number of enrollment -1. So we have taken some steps to mask sensitive information. Here we can see if the total number of student enrollments are less than 20, then the total enrollment value will be displayed as -1. So if there are 5 students who belong to Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Highlanders, they could be easily identified, just 5 students in any given school. So that's why we are not showing that numbers. So if the total enrollment for that subgroup is less than 20, it will be displayed as -1. And similarly for all the calculations. So for even chronic absentee rate, we can say -1 for that subgroup. So we have these graphs. And at the end, this is a kind of summary table where we can see the subpopulation-wise attendance data. So all the subpopulations and what is the chronic absentee rate, enrollment, tier 1 through tier 4 number of students for selected school. Any questions? Yeah, so yeah, this is all about the dashboard. Thank you for giving me a chance to present.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are really beautiful graphic depictions of data that comes out of STARS and that we have on the PED website.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ritika.
And Ritika, that comes from Looker, correct?
Correct. Yeah. This dashboard is developed using Looker.
So Looker is the platform that takes STARS data and graphically depicts it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to Mr. Torres. I don't know who would be next.
Yeah, and I talked to Deputy Director Torres on the side, just so we can kind of focus in on what the agenda item was intended to be today, to get an update on the request for information around potential vendors. And so I asked him if we could get an update on that and see if we have any additional time for the other presenters as well. But I think that was the big focus that we wanted to focus in on today.
So yeah, thank you to the presenters that I think are in the queue for being available. And as Chairman Brower said, if there's time, be available to carry on with your presentations. So the question I think before the group is the status of the RFI. I think it's that basic, right? So the status of the RFI is that it has not been posted. So that's the information I have to share.
So can I ask, oh, sorry.
I think the next question would be,
Same question.
yeah, go ahead.
So I guess my question is, why not? What's the whole, because the request was made for the RFI to go out for this. So thank you. So I guess the question is, how come it hasn't gone out?
Absolutely. So the answer to that is that PED is exercising a due diligence to make sure that the process is done correctly and that we aren't jeopardizing anything that would come back on the PEC or the PED. So that's the answer to why, is that PED is exercising due diligence to make sure that things are done correctly and not get anybody in a bad situation.
And so I guess I've got confusion in terms of a bad situation, in terms of what?
Procurement.
But
procurement.
Well, I understand the procurement process. I mean, I've been here long enough, but I don't understand why it would take this long to figure out when we've asked for this to get this out, because it's not something that's unusual. It's not something that would show in the procurement process that was out of the ordinary in terms of what would go into an RFI. So that's why I don't, I've got some, and it's not you, Louis, you always end up being the recipient of this, but, we have struggled with RFPs and RFIs not getting out in any shape, form, or manner in a timely fashion. And I just don't understand why, this, and I know you're just the messenger, but this notion that, we have to make sure that, we're not putting anyone in a bad spot or something like that. This is a pretty simple RFI that we asked for. So it's more of a statement than anything else. Thanks.
So if I may, I know that was a statement, but I would like to just say a couple of things. One is that the staff person that was assigned to do this originally is not in. She's thankfully recovering from a medical procedure. And so Louis did inherit it. And he did ask folks at PED appropriate folks at PED about it. And actually, it isn't a very common thing, or at least it's nothing I ever heard of after working for PED for over 10 years. But, and it could be that there's been turnover at the PED. There is high turnover rate at the PED. And so whatever attempt we made, whatever attempt Louis made to find out how to do this, who manages it, and to get it done
it didn't happen. And I know that 1 month seems like a long time for you all. And maybe it's kind of quick for folks that aren't used to doing it or folks that have other things that they're doing as well. So I will apologize. I will take whatever blame, whatever criticism you guys want to give out about it. We're trying our best. I don't want for Louis to take the brunt of it, but you know, there it is. And so that's all I have to say. We want to make sure that we're doing it right so that whatever process is required by the bureaucracy that we work for is followed without hitch.
When do we think, when is the expected due diligence going to be completed? And when do we think, is this something that we can punt to the March meeting, or are we talking about months? So I'm just curious about where we are. I know myself and the new commissioners, we weren't part of the conversations around potential vendors prior to when we came in last month for this meeting. And so I need to continue to build my own understanding about how long this has been in process. In terms of an idea, in terms of talking about it, getting this out for formal RFIs. But I'm just curious, like, what do we think the timeline is? Is it next month? Is it a couple months out?
If you have an idea of a timeline.
Yeah, I can answer. So I anticipated that question, and the response probably will fall short of what the expected response should be or wanted to be. And that is when it comes to due diligence, you don't know what one turn will lead to another. And so I can't tell you. I would be falsely leading this commission to say it will be figured out by the March meeting. It could be figured out in 1 week. It could be figured out that it can't be done. I mean, there are things that we're protecting PED, we're protecting PEC. We are making sure that the proper steps are being followed and the proper information that's necessary to make the correct decision is available. And I think when it comes to the end, I think I hope the commission will feel like this was the right way for things to be done and not to just do something, not worrying about all the things that need to be considered. So I know that might sound like lawyer limbo, but I'm not reading a script that someone gave me. I'm telling you from what my understanding is. And in a different way, I've been part of this conversation since fall, not just in the last 20 or 30 days that the RFI was requested. I've been in sort of the loop of this situation for a number of months.
Yeah, and I think just I understand as much as everyone else here how processes work and the turns and twists that happen for sure. I think that as we move forward, let's just be in communication, CSD team and at least me and the almost said equity council, the executive team, to just like make sure that we're in alignment and we when we put things on the agenda that they mean something and that we don't we're not able to like complete the things that we want to do. And so I think that's just like one lesson learned from me, that I want to make sure that we're using our time in the best way. I also, I think it's Scott and Jesse. I think just given our timeline and stuff, I think it would be, and also because the agenda was pretty specific around the RFA process and not like additional presentations. We would love if you would be able to come at another time, but just given our time and stuff like that, I'd love for us to focus in on the work that we said we were going to do. Co-chair or Vice Chair Burt.
Thanks. One of the other things that I had asked about last month, or maybe when we first started talking about, was to see if there was the specific vendor that we were looking at, that Commissioner Gibson and I had brought this up about, could be looked at as a sole source. Has that been looked at by now?
Yeah, we did talk about that at a meeting actually, but I thought, and maybe I'm wrong, because I thought that's why the decision was to do the RFI, because we couldn't do the single source, and maybe I misunderstood that.
Yeah, it just hadn't been looked into yet. So we wanted to kind of go down both paths. Like, we didn't want to hold up
Gotcha.
doing the RFI. but I think I did ask for that to be looked into, that if that vendor could be
Right.
considered a sole source, because then we wouldn't have to go through any of this.
Correct, right.
So I'm just wondering if that has been, if that's part of, if that's been looked at. It's been a while now too.
Okay, so I was just making sure that that you wanted a response. So I do remember that question being brought up. I cannot say that that's something I've personally been focusing on since I've been given this project. I was focusing on the RFI exclusively. I can that I believe could be responded to definitely by the March meeting in terms of whether it meets the sole source requirements. I think there's some other options. If as you get to know me, you'll see that I'm always looking for ways to get to yes.
I know
And
that. I know
so-
that about you, Louis. So, and if there's anything that could be helpful, like as far as like what we're looking for specifically in this, I'm happy to help with like language on that if that helps, because I was a part of that presentation, so I think I feel like I've been through that awful procurement process many times, unfortunately. So I know kind of maybe a little bit of both sides, just to be able to be helpful towards that. So if there's any like language or anything that I can help around what our goal is at the end of this, like what exactly we're looking for, because I really do think that we have a strong case for a sole source, and I think that could end up saving CSD a massive amount of time instead of going through this whole process, if that's an option. But of course, like I said, I don't want to, and this is what I said last month too, I don't want to depend on it being a sole source just in case it comes back as a no. That's why I think going through the process as if it isn't is also appropriate. But it could end up saving a bunch of time and effort if we could figure that out too.
Great suggestion. Thank you. And thank you for your offer of support.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments from this item? All right, we're going to whiplash back then to item number 8. Julia wanted to share a few things, and we likely can connect item 7 as well to this, and so we'll kind of probably do a through line on that one.
So item number 8 was talking about the proposed rule. Patty and I just walked you through what that document could look like. We just set up the subcommittee. I want to go back to the first item about that, which is that there is a long history of disagreement regarding the ability for the PEC to do rulemaking. We forwarded out to you all. I'm going to back up a little bit because it's a little bit confusing. So about 3.5 years ago, the charter schools that were concerned about the PEC not doing a rule went to a senator, Senator O'Neill, and they asked him to make a request to the Attorney General. That is something that certain people in government can do, frankly, including all of you. You guys have the ability to make a request to the Attorney General. Part of the Attorney General's job in statute is to respond to those requests. In part because the only other way sometimes to get an answer is to end up in a court case and have a judge do it. So it's an attempt to get the Attorney General who is kind of the legal counsel for the state, to provide that information. The history of that is a little bit sordid in that it was apparently sent to Patty Gibson, not Gibson. So she never got a copy of the letter. She didn't know about it somehow. And I haven't followed up on this, but apparently it was also sent to your previous counsel. I don't know if her name was misspelled. However, when I came on board Patty Matthews' firm, on behalf of her clients, indicated that there was this issue and that they had submitted an attorney general's opinion and that they had never gotten a response. So first, we clarified that no one here had ever seen or heard of the letter. And then it was clear that there wasn't a response. So the attorney general hadn't responded. That issue has been percolating for a long time now. So I see those of you who have been on the council for a while, on the commission for a while, are nodding your head because it impacted our ability to do rules before. I did legal research on the issue probably in October or November. I didn't go back and do more legal research, but apparently Patty Matthews' partner Sue Fox was doing some research in December or early January, and an attorney general's letter came up in her research that said that 3.5 years after the request, the attorney general gave an opinion and again did not apparently send it on to anyone. I didn't get it. Patty Gibson probably did get it, but Patty Gibson did not. I don't know that PED did. I know that Patty Matthews did not. But that is, so I can't explain any of that, but we did forward it to you. And it is a letter, not an opinion. It is done pursuant to the authority of the Attorney General. And those opinions are not binding on a judge, but they are given extreme deference. It is my opinion that you should follow that letter. It is my opinion that that is the role of the Attorney General, and that the Attorney General's opinion would be upheld in a court. And that's what the Attorney General's letter said, that it's reasonable, I can look at it exactly, but that it's reasonable that a court would do that. And the letter said several things. Well, let me back up. The Charter School Act is silent, right? This all starts because the statute doesn't say. The Attorney General has found that it is reasonable that a court can interpret, one, that yes, you have to follow the State Rules Act. It is not optional for you. Two, that it is implied in the state charter law that you have the ability, that that's an implied duty. So the fact that it's not in there does not mean you don't have the ability. And then, so you have to do it, and it's implied that you can do it. So, and then the third thing is, because the other question was, do you need to go through PED? And the answer was no. I think we'll just forward a conversation from Chair Brower and the lawyer for PED. I think the short answer is they don't think it changes anything. And in fact, they want to have input into this rule that I view as permission to do the rule, and will not support you administratively to do a rule until that happens, until they have done what they want to do. So they have not changed their position, and in fact have, there was real clarity that the answer is we would like to post this, which requires that we need a voucher. No, we will not get a voucher. Can we get access to the Sunshine portal? No. we asked for the documents to be posted on the rule page, and the answer was no, not until the PED process moves forward. So I think we will forward the letter, the emails, so that you guys can just read what that is rather than me spending time on that. So tomorrow there is a discussion and possible action on the rule. And tomorrow I want to outline for you the things that I think you can do. And I think the other, you can chime in here, but I think the other thing that's fair to say is they have indicated that the timeline we want, they cannot meet. So I'm a little, so I think you have a sufficient timeline to finish the work that we've outlined today. The rule and the subcommittee work on the rule, the contract, and the work on the performance framework. I think that that is possible to complete those 3 documents in time for the March meeting and to use in the April negotiations. That's my opinion. And it's been my opinion for a while. That, and I'm just saying my opinion. I think that others in this room share that opinion. So I also believe, as Patty Matthews just indicated, that it's important to get those documents done. That I don't know what the process looks like if you don't get it done. I don't think, it is not my advice that you disregard or don't follow that letter. I think you've gotten a letter from the Attorney General, and I think it's clear. And that I think that it would be given great deference. So I'm not. I think she's going to upload that letter now for you, or that series of emails. So there's a couple of issues. That first, there's certainly a timing issue now. Second, there is a continued disagreement on the same topic. That's been the same disagreement on the same topic for a long time. And I think that there's several options that you can do, and we can talk about them tomorrow. It's also possible for me to tell you what I think some of those options are now, and you can think about them for tomorrow. One of them, though, which dovetails into the other, is you are adopting your rules of procedure. I think it is possible, if you want to do it, to indicate in your rules of procedure that you are intending to follow that Attorney General's letter. You do not have to put that in your rules of procedure, but that's one of the options. And I think that's why we wanted to talk about that now. My suggestion on moving forward, and let me outline that. There are, I forget if so there are 7 schools this year that need contracts, and 10 schools from last year that postponed this until this was worked out. 17 schools. The 10 schools from last year, their contract continues until it gets, so it's not as urgent as these new schools, but there are 17 schools that are impacted. And I suggest we keep going on all 3 fronts, the performance framework, the contract, and the rule, and get them to a final point along this timeline that we want. I am not clear on how to get past the impasse. I'm just not. But I wanted to raise that And Karina is uploading that letter, which is a follow-up from this conversation. As far as I know, is there a date for a next meeting or no?
No, there was not.
So we requested a date for a next meeting to continue to talk about this, and that has not been provided. And it's my understanding of leaving the meeting is they'll get back to us at a later point.
Yeah, and I would also say that there was not a date in our conversation with CSD and OGC and the policy team as well. There was no, the natural question is, well, how long would it take to do an internal review, which is what the PED wants to do and needs to do based on their own internal processes for promulgating rules. There was no response to that. So we don't have like a date that we can work with. Not even a window, not even would this be March? Would this be April? And so that's something of concern to me. Like I do wish that we did have a date that we could work with, but it has not been provided. It just depends on how much is within the rule.
So commissioners, this is obviously a very sensitive topic and I'm in the middle of it. And so I want you to know that there was a review of the rule and our Office of General Counsel sent an email to Alan. I just forwarded it to you. It's not a letter. I could convert it into a PDF and include it in the materials, but you should have it in your email. And so it discusses that. I don't think that I should be the spokesperson for that. I think that whoever started the conversations, I think Alan and Julia and folks from our Office of General Counsel need to, and our policy need to continue to talk about it because there were some problematic areas with the draft rule as proposed and or the process as sent to us by Julia. And so I would say the email has additional information for you. And then I would also say that the critical timeline is that the school have in place its contract by July 1. And so that's really the critical date, that whatever gets settled. Thank you.
Commissioner Ingham.
I guess I'm, again, but I'm just going to give you the layman's perspective. It would seem to me that getting it all done and from our ability to finish what we can finish would give PED clarity about what we're asking them to do. And that at that point, we should, that's all we can do. And so we have to assume that what we want to do, we can do, and not assume that PED would resist what we're asking them to do and just move on with our contract negotiations. Is that a bad assumption? Just a question.
I appreciate you putting in layman terms. Where we enter into a difficulty with the schools, and as Patty Matthews was just representing for those 20 schools, is they believe there needs to be a rule that is promulgated. We can be ready to promulgate a rule. And the issue on the PED side comes from when we say we're ready. I think we are ready, frankly. I think we can start the process because there's a whole input process on the rule. So this is where it becomes a dispute. Whether those schools will agree or whether I will recommend to you, I probably won't, frankly, that we move forward without the rule being promulgated. Here's my issue. The Attorney General letter tells you to do it. So to not do it, to say, oh, we tried super hard is insufficient to me. I am concerned that you have been told to do something that you want to do and you need to be able to finish it. So to do something halfway there, I'm probably not going to recommend that you do that. So we need to find a way through this. I don't see a way right now. But I do see clarity of finishing the process. So from layman's terms, to keep going is what I suggest. Do I see the clear outcome? I don't yet. So, and I guess I appreciate the dialogue, but I also feel like the dialogue has overtaken the substance of what we need to do for 17 schools. And at this point, I'm not, I want to spend time on the substance for those 17 schools. And I would like you to have 17 new, clean, clear, crisp contracts with a beautiful performance framework and a clear rule. So that's increasingly my position. And I'm going to say one more sentence, and then anyone else can talk. Last meeting, you had 2 schools that you almost took action on potentially to revoke. You don't have a revocation procedure and rule. You have 3 schools that are going to go through an annual review process tomorrow, and there's not a clear rule on how you want to attain that. You had a good, clear process through the renewal cycle because you worked really hard to put that in place and hammer in all those details. But you could change it next week. That's their point. So I think you have a school that you could potentially suspend. You don't have a definition of suspension. You do not have a suspension procedure. So all of those things in my mind go back to Patty Matthews' point that the schools want clarity. And I think they have a right to it. And I think that 17 schools are impacted right now. And I believe that you are on a path to finish that process. And I believe that we should finish it.
I just want to share one thing. I also think that, Karina, to your point, I wanted to acknowledge that the OGC did review the rule. Also within that document, you'll see that I asked, or that email, I did ask, the biggest thing is we have to go through the PED to receive any kind of PO or a voucher or all that kind of stuff. And so there was hard no's on that process until we do additional research and additional review. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that, yes, that has been reviewed, but there also is very clear, we are not giving you the PO in order to move forward in any way, any way, shape, or form until we do additional work together. And we are all about work. I mean, I'm all about working together, but there's urgency, and we also want to, do right by our schools. We have a lot of, I can't remember how many schools that Patty Matthews represents, but it's the majority. As you all know, how often you see her. Public charter schools of New Mexico wants this rule as well. They have received a lot of, feedback from schools. They see this as a good thing, and so that's the predicament that I think we're in. We're seeing that most people want to see this happening, and we also want to work with the PED to make this happen. But we also feel this timeline, and when we're not able to meet. For those of you who may not be as familiar, there's a process for getting rules promulgated. So typically you have to have a window of 30 days to hear to hear from the public. The first step is to actually get it onto the registry, and that takes an invoice and then a PO to actually make that happen. And so even if everything was perfect right now, Julie, when would be, like, if we had everything perfectly done right now, when would be the time that the rule would actually be? I know it wouldn't go into effect until July 1st, but the process between now and we would be basically at the time of when we would be doing our contracts
So
negotiations.
in March, you could start, we attempted to start, you asked us to start it now. That has been stymied. If in March you approve all of these documents, including the rule, and you post the rule, you could negotiate in April, and in your April meeting, you could have the hearing on the rule, make any changes that you might want to based on the rule, but you will have done extensive work going forward. And it could align with the negotiations in April. That's the soonest now.
Commissioner Gibson and then Commissioner Burt.
But that's with is that we do all of that without the PO? Or that timeline you're referring to is based on the fact that the PO, so that we can get it in the registry? So that's.
We have to get the administrative support to issue the PO.
Right. So, this is my frustration, because I know Commissioner Burt has had conversations with prior cabinet secretaries with assurances that we will do whatever we have to do and can do to make sure that this goes through. And now all of a sudden, there's new sheriffs in town. And, we're not going to do this. And I'm going to be blunt about this. This is why conversations are had to get rid of the positions, because it's not working. We change position, we change the people that are in these positions so much, and then the opinions change, and it puts the rest of us, and more importantly, schools, because things can't get done. I mean, we had Commissioner Burt chaired the rule hearing back in, February of during a snowstorm of last year, because we had a PO that was cut started while I was chair, and had multiple conversations with the then secretary. And there were, policy with John Senna was there at the time. He was there, got no problems. We're going to move forward, whatever we can do. We're not trying to hamper you. Cut the PO. We had the rule hearing. And now all of a sudden we're back, so that, that's where my real frustration lies, that, legal counsel changes here and, no, now we're not going to do it. And that's an untenable situation for the schools. So I'll cut off my nose to spite my face often, but this is a hill I will die on at this point in time, because I think it's patently unfair the potential damage, harm that can be done to schools for us not being able to follow this. And it's unconscionable that people think that they can hold their little power play over the schools. So I'm just really disappointed in how this is coming about. And I think we just have to hold the course that we feel we're right on, and just keep moving forward and, do our due diligence. But I do have a concern that if that rule does not happen during this time frame, I do have a concern, because I know would there be a recommendation by to schools that they not sign the contract because there's no rule? And then what happens? That's where I worry that I don't want to be in that position. I don't want schools to be in that position.
Can I mention one thing though, is Patty Matthews has indicated she wants to move forward with the process to get everything finished and then figure out where everybody is. So this is a process that, and she indicated earlier, she's representing 20 schools, and that her position is she wants to move forward with those on behalf of those 20 schools to finalize the 3 documents.
And I appreciate that, but the problem is, because you can't ask schools to do this, but the problem is because that happens, then the mindset is, well, look, nothing's changed. They just continued on. They did their new contracts and everything. So why do they need the rule? Because what got held up? And there's not that greater understanding of the purpose of the rule, so that they can just hold off not ever issuing the PO because, well, nothing happened. And I'm certainly not advocating that schools not sign their contract. I'm not. But that's, so we're stuck in between because we're going to move on. And then the perception is going to be, nothing changed. So why do they need the rule?
Patty, I think that I just want to be clear. Patty Matthews, on behalf of those 20 schools, wants to finish the rule. And then they want the rule promulgated. So I think the what if is still a big question. And everything you said is exactly correct. But she does not want to work on a way not to promulgate this rule.
Right.
Yeah.
I wasn't talking about her. I was talking about PED saying, oh, it doesn't matter because they just, everything happened the way it said it was going to happen in the rule. So why do they need the rule?
Yep. That's a really good point. Vice Chair Burt.
Thanks. Yeah, just keeping going off of what Patty said is it is so frustrating because there's no compromise on the PED side. There's one way that they're willing to do it and one way only, and it's for them to do it for us. And it's just so inappropriate. Like there's so many fallacies in the argument. It's just so inappropriate. I really don't like the idea that the PED has to approve of it before it can move forward. Like I do think PED should comment on it. I do think PED should have an input on it, but like to say yes you can or no you can't, that's like where that's once again like that line of overstep from the PED side. And I actually agree with Patty that I think if I deeply believe if Secretary Steinhaus was here, this wouldn't be a problem. I think we would take the AG opinion, run with it, because that's where he was looking towards anyway. So it is frustrating to have people that are willing to hold it up and I just hold firm to an opinion that now has been refuted. And it's still just like, nope, we're still going to keep going with it. The other thing that really was concerning to me that the legal team said was that in the rule, it directs staff of options for parents and families division to perform certain actions, which is literally exactly what the PEC is supposed to do for we're supposed to direct our staff to do things. Like options and families division is the charter school division. That's our staff to have to it's literally that's even in statute that CSD is the PEC staff. So that's very concerning as well, that they have a problem with us saying something that our staff should be doing. So, there's just several fallacies that are in this argument that make it so difficult to work with. And we did try, I tried over the last year to work with PED on how to do it in a way where PED can't be doing rule for PEC, but when PEC, like I was trying to figure out a way, and I felt like we could have been so close to doing a rule that the PED promulgates, but does it in like step with the PEC. So like the PEC initiates it by, writing a letter to direct, asking the PED to do it. And then that the chair of the PEC signs off on it with the secretary, to where it's not just something that the PED can go off and do on their own, that it would be something that it would do based off of that administrative attachment with the PEC. And that wasn't even like, I was like, can we just co-sign on the rule? No. Like, I mean, so the idea that it's like, I keep hearing that, we're the ones that that we're not willing to collaborate, or we want to do it our own way. But I feel like we've given so much, like, okay, we could try to do this, or what if we try to do this? What if we try to do this? But the PED stance when Jeff came in as the general counsel was very much, we promulgate rule, you cannot, and you can have nothing to do with it. And that hasn't changed. There's been no collaboration in that. There's been nothing, there's no give on the other side. So I'm frustrated that we do have the Attorney General letter. That I thought that would be something to be like, okay, there's a third party that says, like, let's give this up and just be able to move forward. And to still just be, once again, this is exactly where we were last February. This was the conversation that Alan had with that group. We've had probably, I mean, I've had 5, 6, 7 meetings, just the same exact meeting over and over and over again. And the meeting we had last week was the same exact meeting as I had in February of last year, as far as like what the PED stance is. And so that's really frustrating because there's just, doesn't seem to really be a hope in sight of like how to do this. And I don't really understand the PED standpoint on being so, I don't understand what I don't understand the problem behind it. Like, I don't know why they're so, like, it's like they're so stressed about any other entity ever performing rule. And that just doesn't make sense. Like, rule is not a like power trip thing. It's such a weird thing to like be like, we hold the only power for rule. It's such a weird, I don't know, it's such a weird stance to have. So yeah, I'm frustrated because I know Patty worked through a lot of it with me. I was like, passed it to me as chair. Now I had to pass it to Alan. And I think that's like one of the most frustrating parts of it, is to, feel like if I failed a little bit to not be able to have to pass it off to Alan in a, maybe, it could have been a better situation because Secretary Steinhaus was, had a different opinion than the staff that we've met with. So it is frustrating. And once again, a reason why we need to have things in rules so that it's not based off of who's chair, who's secretary, who's all that. Like, that's exactly why we need it, because of this exact issue. Like, this is exactly the problem that happens. And I mean, yeah, so I don't know. I guess I'm frustrated by the response. I don't know. I'm frustrated. In the last paragraph, the PED is disputing that the charter schools may want this proposed rule. That was concerning to me. Like, those are like the kind of things that just don't. It feels like we're just on such separate pages, and I just don't understand why. And I like the healthy. I do feel like the PED attorneys are, I actually genuinely think that they're awesome people. They're funny and smart and very kind to us. And I think there's some healthy contentiousness between it. And those guys I really appreciate the work that they do for the PED, but it's frustrating to feel like it's like we're going up against it instead of, like, there's no solution on the PED side, and there's no solution in any timely manner at all. And so I just don't feel comfortable proceeding with the PED proposal of them reviewing some of these things in order to do our own, like, to do our rule. It just, it's a little backwards. And I wish they would be more willing to adapt their process to work with us, because this isn't their normal process. We're not their normal agent. We're not a department. We're not a normal like director proposing a rule. So I wish they could look at it a little bit differently and work with us a little bit differently than they would the average director as in PED. And it just feels like they're not unwilling to.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I wanted to share too, like that last part around disputing whether or not schools want to see this. Well, an individual school probably doesn't, and commissioners disagree with me, especially you, Commissioner Gibson. I think an individual school may not feel like any difference in whether or not this is in rule or not, because it's more of a systems wide kind of change. And so like somebody like Patty Matthews or the public charter schools in New Mexico who represent multiple schools, they can see the value in clarifying this. But if it was just Aldo Leopold, it's like, that's their contract. They got the contract for 5 years. It could be messy wherever, and it might not impact them that much different. But for us as a body to make decisions with 5 different contracts at any given time that are in place all the time, that's the thing that I think we can clarify. And so I think that's the dispute that I have with that dispute, Becca, that you mentioned, is that I think one individual school may not see the need, but like when we think about a systems-wide approach, that's where the value in this is. Commissioner Ingham and then Commissioner Gibson.
Okay, so we keep speaking in terms of the PED. And I'd just like to clarify, it must be a specific department. It must be their legal department. And in my career, there's lots of things. It's like, well, something gets in your way, you got to go around it. The idea that a specific department would be log jamming the whole thing when the department head, the previous secretary, was in favor of it, really, there's a big problem there. And the fact that he moved out and is no longer in charge, and we don't have a new secretary yet, and that could take a while. Okay, is that acting secretary does not have the same opinion as what Mr. Steinhaus did? We don't know. Okay, so I guess there's a time for going over somebody's head. And I realize we're running out of heads to go over. I mean, you're pretty high up the totem pole. But it seems like if your group, the New Mexico Charter Schools Association and Patty, I forgot her last name, and Matthews is saying they have 20 schools that are in favor of this, that writing a letter to the acting secretary and to the governor saying we don't understand the problem here, and we need, I guess there's always, we should have an opportunity, if we have one specific department that is not just without any seemingly any good reasons, log jamming something that many people have agreed to, we got to go over their head. That's the way my reaction is. Now I admit I'm kind of a bull in a china closet, but it seems to me from all the reaction that I've heard here today, this is genuinely a bureaucratic problem that, and it also seems to be in the end, a problem with the memorandum between the PEC and the PED, and that the original intent was that we be much more collaborative and less under one. And if that's the case, this seems like a real obvious instance of where that's a really bad functionality. I'm just saying it out loud. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gibson, and then Director Chavez.
So I guess my question is, and I appreciate your optimism in trying to send a letter to the governor and asking for, because we've done that before. And we've been told by the governor's office that you're adults, figure it out yourselves on other issues when we've had difficulties with. So I don't think that's going to be particularly successful. But I appreciate the thought. So I'm going to ask, is there any way, and I know this is hard because we still have to get the purchase order. Do we need PED to be the agency that we use to promulgate the rule?
There are
Just
three things that have to happen to move forward on the rule according to the State Rules Act for notice. One is the state registry, and the cost
right.
Is probably less than $1,000. They have a fee per square inch. Whether those funds need to come from PED or not, I don't know. Obviously, every single one of your dollars are at PED.
Right.
The second thing is the Sunshine Portal.
Mhm.
And you requested previously to have access to the Sunshine Portal. I have renewed that request on behalf of the chair. I haven't heard back. And the third thing is to post it on the website, but it could be posted in your meeting materials, I think.
So the real holdup is just not getting the PO by and large.
And access to the Sunshine Portal.
But can we get access to the Sunshine Portal through another agency?
I haven't gotten an answer to that. I asked for it directly, frankly.
You know, because that would be my only other answer. Let's go through another agency to.
Offered through like a private foundation or something like that.
We can check.
Yeah, because I think that's, that's perhaps our only other avenue is to say, okay, so let's go this way. We still have the PO, which is, unfortunately been a fight since I've been on the commission. Is there have been many times, not recently, but there have been many times when the commission has requested funds and PED is someone said, no, we're not going to do that. And that's always been the frustration with access to that 2%. It's why do we, right.
They do those funds like they do those funds necessarily to stipulate statute.
That it goes to PED. Yeah. The 2% goes to PED.
I don't know who else is talking.
It goes to the division. That's what statute says.
Which is, yeah.
And so I think I was
sorry.
one that was
I'm
going to
sorry.
speak next, right? I'll wait for Commissioner Gibson to finish.
Becca.
But the PE, obviously CSD was created, so the division, so it goes to PED. Yeah.
Sorry, Becca, that was,
I can't hear.
that was Commissioner. Yeah, that was Commissioner Taylor. He was bringing up just different ideas around how else could maybe we could set up a PO.
May I speak now?
Go ahead.
All right. So I don't like to fight. I'm the middle child. I think I shared this morning that, some people have to have things their way in my family. It's the little sister, right? And I'm not interested in the fight. I think we have spent an enormous amount of time going over this again and again, and it is a bureaucratic process. And I happen to have spoke to a school leader who really cares about the kids, and that's what I care about. And but I do feel like there's some overgeneralization, some things that have been said that, I told myself I was going to walk into this and be quiet, but I'm sorry. I don't think I can just be quiet whenever there's a question about who can promulgate rule and where did Secretary Steinhaus stand versus where does the current interim secretary stand. And after last month's meeting, I walked out of Mabry Hall and into the hallway, and Commissioner Armijo and Commissioner Burt were standing there talking to Secretary Steinhaus and talking about the rule. And some people are saying he supported this, which, okay, that's great. What exactly does that mean, right? And so I attempted to ask some follow-up questions just to seek clarification on what that means. And I think that he supported the notion of a rule being put forth, as does, I believe. I don't think the interim secretary Padilla is against it either. Nobody's against you or trying to fight or enter into some sort of battle. I do think process matters. And so as we were talking about it, and I don't know if Commissioner Armijo is here, but Commissioner Burt may recall that the clarifying question was, how do we do it? And he said, you should work with our policy department. So then we walked over and spoke to policy, and there was a timeline presented that wasn't acceptable. And I don't think that, that's a good negotiating point for the PEC, right? Like, no, let's not wait till after session. Let's try to get it done sooner. And then I want to talk about the draft. So when we talk about being collaborative, there's like the timeline, the written draft rule, and all of that has been like put forth by PEC and PEC's attorney, and not really negotiated in a really substantial way with the PED. And I think that's where we're at right now, quite frankly. I believe we're at a place right now where we have a draft, right? And the date on it, because it keeps being edited. I mean, Julia keeps working with Patty to edit it. I'm sorry, but like our OGC hadn't seen a copy of it. And they have now, and they've looked at it and they have some thoughts about it, as a collaborative process should allow for. So I feel like there's this crescendo of like, let's fight. What are our avenues? How do we do this? We want to do it. We should do it. And maybe that's why you came into this role and that's what you want to do. And I think there's a way to be more collaborative. So I just want to say that and hope that commissioners, because I don't think that fighting with each other is a way that we're going to help education in New Mexico. And I'm not interested in like being in the middle of this fight. And so, if we want to keep going down this road and how do we win? Yeah. The school leader that I spoke to about this, she's not interested in that either. We could be spending our time doing something better. We could be collaborating better. And I really hope that the commissioners will think about that.
Commissioner Carrillo and then Commissioner Beck, and then I'm going to reserve some time.
So many things you touched on, Karina. Okay, so first off, I think that the committee that's going to be formed, the subcommittee, is that next step to involve, hopefully, representatives from PEC and the general counsel's office, the different people that want to be involved with this to fine tune it. This is an opportunity for them to take advantage of that. So I would say, in a sense, I would agree completely with Karina, where if we would ask any of our school leaders, do they care about the rule? They're all going to say no. You don't care about the rule until you need the rule. You don't care about the Bill of Rights until you're the one being thrown, in jail with no habeas corpus. I mean, nothing, right? And so that's when the rule matters. And this is tedious beyond belief, not as much as the performance framework, but it's the stuff that has to be done. And you know, and I've spoken before. Now there's about some days it's like you end the day and you feel like, oh my God, did we do any kid issues today? What did we do today for kids? But I know that ultimately it's what we're doing here, and that we're good at it in keeping an eye on the ball. This is just, I think, one of those things that's got to be done. And I don't want to fight either. I hate it, the interagency stuff, and híjole, remember the MOU, and just on and on and on about the MOU, and always fighting about the 2%. And oh Lord, let's just, you know, there's a point at which you just got to say, well, how can we do what's best for kids? And I really do believe that the rule's important. It's important, and I want to get it done, and I want to collaborate. I don't think there's any need for any agency to flex muscle or anything. If we just come to the fact that if we base our arguments on principle and reason will prevail.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Beck.
Well said. Well said. He brought up the point, one of the points that I was going to bring up. When we have this subcommittee, we have involved the PED, isn't that correct? So they will get input with our subcommittee, correct? Okay, all right, that's what I thought. And the Attorney General's opinion was that, and I was a AP US government and politics teacher, so we dealt for 8 weeks with the Constitution, that the Constitution has implied powers, has expressed powers and implied powers. And the Attorney General, or the Attorney General's position, is that our ability to make the rule is an implied power of ours. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correct?
That's correct. I do want to say that they said a court can reasonably find that you have implied powers.
And so if I may, my understanding is that is one opinion. It wasn't even actually an opinion. It was a letter. It was kind of interesting the way that it came. It wasn't an official opinion. And there's other entities that may weigh in on that.
Such as the courts.
Well, actually, I think that, and here's where, I think it's like the Records and Archives had, and maybe other attorneys, or actually the AG himself, because that was a staff person who wrote a letter. It wasn't an official AG opinion.
I'm going to disagree with Director Chavez. So the AG's opinion is what the AG's opinion is. They can issue a formal opinion, or they can issue a letter. They chose to issue a letter, and it was signed by one of the attorneys at the Attorney General's office, and they don't have to be signed by the Attorney General. So it just is what it is. And it is the response at a request of a senator pursuant to the statute.
Statute which says that the Secretary of Education is the only entity that promulgates rule.
No, let me be clear. The statute that says that the Attorney General issues responses to senators when they request it formally with the Attorney General. That is a duty of the Attorney General.
So I've been on this situation on the other side where Karina has sat before. I think Commissioner Carrillo, you mentioned the MOU process. Well, I think you mentioned the process. You weren't here, Commissioner Ingham, when it was being trying to be updated. That started in March of 2019. Commissioner Gibson, Chair Gibson at the time. How long did that take us? It took us years just to do an updated MOU.
Because we went to impasse from, they stopped meeting with us over it. And then fortunately there was, we filed a writ, and that kind of forced their hand in not something we didn't want to do, but because they weren't responding, we kept asking. You were then gone, So it's, yeah, it's just, it's, and, I really, I'm not looking to, I'm looking to advocate, and I'm advocating for the schools and I'm advocating for the commission. And in no way am I looking to pick a fight. And I kind of get upset when someone's thinking that this is a fight, but unfortunately it's, like you said, it's too long.
Yeah. My point in bringing up the MLU, it's not to, I have the wounds. I still have the wounds from that process. I have the empty promises that I thought weren't empty, that I still have to ask forgiveness from certain people in this room. And I just see that this, say again? Thank you. I think that that's the thing I don't want to see happen again with our rulemaking, collaborative rulemaking. Even if we take the issue off the table about the AG's letter or thoughts, I still think that I'd love to see this rule kind of come in place, because we as a body, along with the advocacy groups and our charter schools, by and large, see the value in this. And I think that I also see sometimes we have to fight, and sometimes it's not, our job is not always so easy to see the through line to making children's lives better. But gosh, I don't think I stood up today to think that, like, I'm not thinking about my children that I taught or the schools that we serve right now. Like, of course, that's what drives what I do. And that doesn't, so I can hold the opinion of let's do right by our students and our schools and make their lives better. And at the same time, know that we have to get some things done also, that things are going to be if we get this rule done, it could have a good systems approach that would be in alignment to the performance framework and some of the other resources that we've been working on to just make a fundamental shift in the way we do business. And so yes, I don't want to have a fight. I'm a middle child too. But I also can, I know as a middle child, I have to be aggressive sometimes about some things. And I do think that we, whatever we decide and how we move forward, I do think that the track record oftentimes between the PED and the PEC, when it comes to larger systems approaches to the work that we do that intersect us both, that we have to collaborate on, oftentimes the work is stymied. And I just don't want us to be in the situation like we were at the MOU for over 2 years, not being able to fundamentally adapt something that could really support us to work together. And at the same time, we can hold our students true in our brains as we move forward. So, Wayne.
Yeah, thank you. My question is it was brought up that 17.
I'm sorry, you've got to say your name and introduce yourself since you were. Well, don't you have to anyway, just for the record? So
We don't have.
I know it though. Don't you? What I mean,
It's being recorded.
Generally, people have to say their name for the record, whatever.
Okay.
His name is Wayne.
I'm,
We're really
yeah,
good too.
I'm Wayne Sherwood with the Public Charter Schools in New Mexico. And it was brought up that 17 schools currently don't have a new contract at all. And I was just wondering what the timeline is going to be to have this contract complete. So, because if something did happen and some really bad happened to these schools and it had to go to court and they don't have a contract, I'm just curious what that timeline.
They all have a contract. You can look on the website. Every school that the PEC has in their portfolio has a version of a contract. What we did was extend the old contract. And with the proposed contract, we are referencing this rule. So there's an intent to tie the two in the proposed new contract, which is the strategy for getting the rule in place sooner than later and putting it in there. But I mean, at one point it was like, is all the language that matters that the school should care about in the contract, or do you have to then go click on the rule, right? And in this case, because it references rule, you're going to have to click on the rule to see what is the binding understanding for the school. But it could be moved into the contract if and that language referencing rule can go away. Schools can have a contract.
Right, thank you. That's what I was thinking. The schools can't have a contract, so they just you just negotiated their old contract, or it's just an extension
Right.
of whatever they had occur. And then the new schools, what is their contract? The 5 or 7 new schools, I guess I heard.
So there is a draft contract in place that references the rule. But the contract itself could contain everything. We could have a contract.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut off our this time. Thank you. Any other additional things that we need to discuss right now on this part?
No, I think we can go back to the amended rules of procedure. I just wanted to indicate that I believe you may add to your rules of procedure that you will follow the Attorney General's opinion.
So that's item 7 on our agenda. We kind of are going back just one up from where we just were with item 8.
Do you want to take a break?
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me go back to where we were on the amended rules of procedure. You have a process in place where you look at something two working sessions in a row. This is the second month. It is under the working session, and it is, sorry, good Lord. My thing keeps going backwards. So item 7. 7.1 is the red line. 7.1 is the red line, which is probably the easiest one to look at. I will clarify that it does not have anything regarding the Attorney General's letter. So let me walk through where I think we are.
So to clarify then, Julia, what we posted to the website for today's materials is inaccurate. We will need to post something different that you're adding right now.
It's not inaccurate. It's in draft, and but it does not contain anything about adding something for the Attorney General, but it is not, it's the draft from last month. So you have I just want to highlight if there's anything, there's a couple of things that were changed and added. First, we've deleted it, as we discussed last month, that you're going to look at this each year. You would look at it when you needed to, and it would remain into effect until it was amended or good cause was shown. It'll be dated correctly. There was a typographical error that we fixed on the second page. And then the issue, and I don't know, Commissioner Manus is here. This section was discussed pretty extensively under the Code of Conduct, that items shall go to a commissioner if it's related to the school, but any commissioner may respond to any direct inquiry directed to them by a member of the public. So Commissioner Manus, I think that was language that kind of addressed your concern, and that is there. I'm going to pause and see if anybody, does that address what you wanted to do?
Could you put it up? I'm not seeing it.
Yes.
The red line is, it says any commission rather than a commissioner.
Oh, there we go.
And that second
I'm trying to get it.
sentence isn't wordsmithed correctly.
Okay.
Where's that?
Hold on a second.
If commissioners who receive inquiries,
Constituents shall refer the matter to the commissioner of that related school. Right? of that.
Commissioners who receive inquiries from constituents other than their own shall refer the matter to the commissioner from which the constituent resides related to a school. So commissioners who receive inquiries related to a school not in their district.
Is that better?
Commissioners who receive inquiries related to a school from constituents other than their own shall refer them. Yeah, I think that
That's
fixes
better.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Commissioner Manus?
I don't necessarily know why we have to have related to a school in that particular point, but I guess that's fine.
I'll just tell the context. I mean, the way that it's drafted now, which is in black, is that if a commissioner gets an email or something from someone who's not in theirs, that's a school that's not theirs, they refer it to the commissioner in whose district that school is. I don't know, I was going to say resides, but that's not right. And then, but if it's a general inquiry, you can deal with it however you want.
Well, I guess the reason why I brought this up is because inquiries that I have received in the past have dealt with my views maybe on a particular issue, and it may be related to a school, or it may not be related to a school, but I can tell you that they weren't a constituent in my district. So that's why I think it's kind of nebulous to me, any commissioner may respond to any inquiry directed to them, because while the school may not be my district, I'm still voting on that particular issue.
Okay, can I weigh in a little bit? Because I'm going to say that if it's something that you're going to vote on, you shouldn't be weighing in prior to your vote. But
This
I
was
think
after they were asking me
Right.
why I voted a certain way, and so
right. No, but I think the concern when we had this discussion last month, there was if a constituent from my not from my district, but calls and says, did you know this is going on at school A? And it's not in my district. My response would be, thank you very much for calling me, but you need to contact Commissioner Beck for this, because your school is in his district and he's the most appropriate person. Not an after the fact thing, but a before the fact thing, a specific issue about a school that's in that commissioner's district, that needs to be directed to him. But after the fact, yeah,
Is covered there.
yeah. That it really isn't in my purview to give someone outside of my district guidance as to what should be done, what can or should be done in regards to, because it could be something different than, Commissioner Beck's going to weigh in on. So, he should have the first, and then if it comes to a public meeting, then we all weigh in on it.
Right. Yeah, KT, what I think your situation would be covered in that last sentence. Any commissioner may respond to because it was a general inquiry as to why you voted for a certain situation. So that's probably covered by that last sentence.
to me, it feels like whenever we say related to a school, often our votes are related to schools, and it's, even though it's after the fact, it still makes it, to me, very specific to what you can and cannot say. That's why I don't know. I related to a school. It seems like even this paragraph somewhat nebulous as far as there's a lot of gray area.
I'm gonna call on Mina since the chair is not here. Okay, but I just got the thumbs up. So completely understand where you're coming from, KT. Some stuff definitely covered, I think, in the last sentence. And I saw Julia typing there for a minute. And I was thinking may discuss the matter with the commissioner could be good, because I remember there was some issues. It was an issue around equity councils. And there were people from a school in Becca's district. But they reached out to me, as I believe that they reached out to a lot of commissioners relative to how did we feel about, this particular issue. Not how are we going to vote on anything, because you shouldn't have your vote made up before we vote, but how we feel about something. And I think that's perfectly appropriate. I mean, like, I would contact my absent legislator. I hope she's watching this, because I haven't heard a thing in the 2 years that she's been on there. Yeah. So, I mean, I would think that that's how you want to be able to talk to anybody about anything. But I think that the idea of being able to may discuss the matter with the commissioner, I think that suits me better, but I'm not attached. This isn't a little hill I'm going to die on, as Miss Gibson would say.
So I'll call on myself.
Commissioner Gibson.
And I agree with you. If it's a policy, if it's a broad policy issue, I've got no problem with talking to someone and saying, I agree that there should be, an enrollment policy change, because that's not an issue that is specific to a school. To me, it's when there's a concern about a particular school, something that's going on within that specific school, then that is what needs to go to that commissioner and obviously to the charter school division. But if it's just, what's your opinion on, don't ask that question of me, because, how much time do you have? So, and we've all gotten those calls, and I take most of them, I think we got inundated with emails from people. A couple of weeks ago, we were all emailed about, please vote for, and we were, at least I was, my mailbox blew up about 2 weeks ago with all these emails on please vote for the minimum wage and please vote for something else. And it was, as a commissioner, yeah. I'm
glad I'm not on whatever list you're on.
I'm glad I'm new.
Julia types some new language.
Oh.
Does everyone see the new language that Julia typed in? And I'm wondering if KT, if that works for you.
I like it.
Right.
Okay, keeping going then. I did look up the Financial Disclosure Act, and the law does indicate that it's commissioners, hold on. Sorry, I fight with this thing. An official whose appointment to a board or commission, did I lose it? I'm so bad. Why am I sharing my screen? No, I probably messed it up. Yes, effectively and I just, Missy, can you help me get back to where I was supposed to be, where I can see the comments? The Financial Disclosure Act applies to commissions who are confirmed by the Senate. You are not confirmed by the Senate. So I don't think the Financial Disclosure Act applies to you. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
They changed it to appointed. And then anyone who's a statewide elected. And I believe anyone who also is a judicial candidate. But otherwise, we don't have, Financial Disclosure Act was the yearly document that we used to have to submit to the SOS. It is not the financial reporting that gets done usually quarterly, except if there's an election, then it's through primaries and yada, yada, yada. So it's two separate things.
But I think it's correct to strike the
Yes.
Financial Disclosure
Yep.
Act. I just, I went and looked at that.
Well,
You are not appointed by the Senate.
no, I'm going to make one call, but it doesn't affect, because I think candidates still do, but they wouldn't fall under our rules of procedure because they hadn't been
They're a
elected yet.
candidate, right?
Yeah.
All right. I don't think any changes were made here. The chair will direct the work of council, except when the vice chair is taking action to oversee and lead contract negotiations. There was another typo with roll. Karina was good at finding all the typos. This was just language that was already in there the last time. This one on reimbursements.
On a little typo on B, selection of officers is a big, it might be because of the margining, but there's that big gap right on.
We're gonna have to fix this
Oh, okay,
document.
that's fine.
So probably not even tomorrow, but it's really wonky. Karina had suggested that this number 5 be removed. Sure.
So I just have a question about it, because if we remove 5, would that remove the commission's role in deciding legal counsel when that contract is up?
Well, currently you all, the executive committee signs off on my bills, for example. So that would probably do that, take that away.
Oh, wait a minute. I get it. I'm thinking, okay. Yeah, my mind was someplace else. So, because the executive committee doesn't sign off on, they do on the, on your POs or whatever you, whatever they're referred to. But, yeah. I was thinking that it would take the commission's role in deciding that contract, but it doesn't. That's just that. So I'm good.
So we're leaving it in.
I would.
I think it's,
because it would take the commission's role in signing off on like your PO. I personally think that's an important check. It doesn't take that long to do it, but I think it's because if there were ever any questions, you wouldn't be able to, no one on the commission side would be able to answer a question on that. And I think it's important to do that.
okay. Leave it in.
Yeah.
Another comment?
Commissioner Kloschko-Silage.
Yes, thank you. I just had a question about the reimbursement. I was wondering, isn't that something that would be part of their agreement in providing a service? Or is it completely separate? And is it something that we are responsible for? I guess I'm not quite clear on that.
Commissioner, I think that some contracts or contractors do receive, their, whatever their service agreement says for the work that they're doing. And also, oftentimes there is a spot for them to receive reimbursement for any accrued